Funding for this program was provided by members of Friends of Iowa Public Television. 70,000 families helping Iowa Public Television inform, enlighten, and enrich your life. Join them.
Preparation, dedication, competition, victory, defeat. Focused intensity creates the powerful emotions of the Iowa High School Wrestling Tournament. Many of these high school athletes have trained their entire lives for this moment. One mistake or misstep is all it takes to eliminate a young man's chance for glory. Only the best in the state can mount the award stand to accept the title of champion. The tradition of Iowa wrestling continues. Next on the 1997 High School Wrestling Championships. From Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa, Iowa Public Television Sports presents the Iowa High School Wrestling Championships. Hello, I'm Doug Brown with Tim Johnson, and here we are. You know, there are some events that just are in the state of Iowa. They are places that you want to be when they're going on, and some of them have to do with sports and some not, but this is a sports event, the Great Wrestling Tournament, and I'll tell you, it's more fun to be here than any place else.
Well, the reason it's so much fun, there are so many reasons, but one of them is it is the best. As far as quality, there is no better tournament in America than the High School Wrestling Tournament in Iowa. Another thing that sticks out to me are the special interest stories. There's always one or two that stick out. This year may be the most inspirational ever. Nick Ackerman, Colfax Mingo High School, lost his legs at 18 months old, and yet here he is with his idol, his hero, Dan Gable, getting a chance to chat with him. He finished 6th this year. What a great story. And then also we have the father-son celebration. It's like family night at the fights, you know. I mean, fathers coaching the sons, and this year we have a real special one where Royce Duncan from Pleasant Valley High School gets to coach 2 of his sons in the finals. 2 of them. Here's what we're going to have for you tonight. Because we have the Iowa High School Athletic Association rotation plan, because there are 3 divisions going on at the same time. We'll have 1A from the first 4 weights, 2A for the next up to 145, 3A, the big schools, up to 189. We'll begin with 2A at 275. Now, we have something extra for you this year because we have our main match, of course. Up in the corners of your screen, you're going to see the other 2 matches at the same time. Now, they're going to be miniaturized, they're going to be compressed, not a lot of detail, but you'll know what's going on. We won't give a lot of talk about it at the time. Commentary, we'll devote ourselves to that main match. But if that main match ends early, as it often does, then we'll pull one down out of the corner and we'll go with that. So you'll see what's going on in detail. Also, we have Dean Borg and Dick Trotter, our veteran floor reporters, who will be telling you about all the things that we may have missed along the way. But the individuals, that's one of the things about state wrestling tournaments. The great kids that come in here looking for sometimes their 3rd championship. And that's what it is at 1A. We have a young man, Jimmy Rogers from Riverside High School in Oakland, Iowa, right there. Young man going for his 3rd title. He's had a great career. Last year, he led his high school to the state championship, and this year, he'd like to finish out his career with his 3rd. And in 2A, we have a young man, Jason Payne. He's led his team this year to a state championship. Columbus Junction's Jason Payne, very versatile athlete. He also ran for over 2,000 yards in football. But wrestling fans, you can be happy because he wants to continue his career in college wrestling. And then in 3A, whoa, we got a barn burner at 125. It's Josh Budke. Hopes to become the first 3-time state champion in Cedar Falls in 30 years, but he'll have to win tonight against a young man who has beaten him 3 times this year. That's Jesse West. He was a 2-time Kansas state champion and a runner-up there before he moved to Iowa because he wanted to win it in Iowa, and here he is a finalist going to become an undefeated and 3-time state champion. Now we talk about the teams, the team championships that are going on at the same time. And so we have Ron Seaman here, Predicament Magazine. By the way, first of all, congratulations. You're going to get an award we're going to have fun looking at in a little while.
Appreciate that. It was really fun to get.
Now we have the 1A championships and 2A's already decided. How about 1A?
They're pretty well over, and it's exciting because it has been a real unusual year for 1A and 2A. Wilton came in, you know, after dropping down to Class 1A. They have 4 finalists tonight. Wilton just ran away with this thing.
How about Columbus Junction at grade 2?
Columbus Junction in 2A is going to do real well. They've already got 85 points, and I believe they've got 4 finals tonight too, Doug, and we'll look for both those teams to probably break 100 points, which will be very unusual.
Well, isn't that amazing? But it's not over yet at Division 3.
No, 3A race. Cedar Falls wants to win this very badly. They need about 1.5 points, and they can forget about it. But Cedar Rapids Prairie is going to make them sweat tonight. Prairie's got one boy in the finals. If he can win that match by a fall, he can score enough points to catch him if Cedar Falls doesn't score any points.
Well, we'll find out what happens. That's coming up ahead. We are going to have the Iowa 1997 Wrestling Championships coming up next. And now we go to Mo Kelly with some special awards.
The Iowa High School Athletic Association welcomes you to the 1997 Iowa State High School Wrestling Championships. This is the 72nd year the IHSAA has held an official state high school championship. 624 of our state's finest student athletes earned their way into the state tourney field. Action began on 8 mats Thursday, and now tonight, 78 of those outstanding young men will vie for a coveted state championship. But now it's time to meet and honor the 6 top place winners in each weight and in each class as they join together in this Grand March. It will be led by 1997 Grand March escort State Tourney Team Physician, Dr. James Hardinger. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor our nation with the singing of our national anthem from Williamsburg High School, the Williamsburg Quintet in Harmony.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight
Williamsburg group known as On Harmony. That's a very fine high school quintet. With the 1997 Wrestling Championships, Tim Johnson, I'm Doug Brown. We have the recognition ceremonies, of course, here coming up. And there'll be some special events along the way, too, other than just the recognition of people here in the stands. Before we get to the wrestling, let's go to Dean Borg and Dick Trotter, our floor reporters for the night. Gentlemen, good to be with you.
Well, thank you, Doug. Good to be here. And I know you want a little rundown on what I'm going to be watching. And there's a poignant story, of course, in every match. But a couple of rematches of district finals that I'm going to be very interested in. At 119 pounds in AA, J.D. Pugh of Columbus Junction goes against Mark Jerkins of Maquoketa again. And then over in single A, another rematch at 171 pounds. Adam Corey of Bondurant Farrar goes against Perry Blanchard of Belle Plaine. And in fact, Adam Corey, who I mentioned there from Bondurant Farrar, has a brother also wrestling at 130 pounds in single A. Tim Corey goes against Matt Van Meter of Guthrie Center. And Dick Trotter, what do you have?
It's going to be a great night, Dean, no doubt about it. And 125 pounds in 3A competition. I know that Tim and Doug have already alluded to it, but it's going to be a great one. We're going to have two gentlemen, one from Kansas who's moved to Iowa. Of course, Jesse West of Iowa City go up against Josh Budke of Cedar Falls. Budke has lost only 3 this year in 42 matches. All 3 losses have been to Jesse West of Iowa City. Let's go back to Doug now.
And on now to Mo Kelly for the award ceremonies.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, could we have your attention, please? We all know that we have a great high school wrestling program. It just doesn't drop out of the heavens. It takes a lot of hard work, and it takes people, many, many people in many, many ways to make this the great show that it is. And we would like to command your attention for the next 15 minutes or so while we honor some of these people who have made this the great production that it is. First of all, however, a sad note. We recently lost an Iowa wrestling legend, Dr. Harold Nichols. Dr. Nichols competed in our state tournament as a youngster. He officiated in our state tournament. Later became a collegiate coach, not just a college coach, the college coach of his era. Dr. Nichols passed away within the past week. Could I ask you all to stop for just a moment for a tribute of a few seconds of silence in a man who contributed so much to the great wrestling programs in our state. Thank you very much. Let's bring that national anthem group out here for an encore. The Williamsburg Quintet. How about a hand for them? Great job. The young fella in the wrestling outfit here finished 4th this week in our state tournament. Next up, I'd like to honor our Grand March Escort, 1997, a wrestler himself, Clarion, Iowa, Central Missouri State, has a son wrestling right now at Boone High School. He's been our state tournament doctor for 10 years now, been watching all these matches, make sure that everything is handled right as far as any possible injuries. Our Grand March Escort, a big hand for Dr. James Hardinger, our tournament doctor from Boone. The Iowa High School Athletic Association Board of Control has what we call an administrator award. You know, quite often the coaches get all the credit, or the athletes, but you know, these programs don't just happen. Somebody has to be there in an administrative capacity to make the facilities right and many other things, do the scheduling. make sure that the coaches have what they need to have success. So that's what this Administrator's Award is all about. Kirk Rentschler, the current chairman of the Board of Control from Solon, superintendent there, will present the award to Ted Minnick of Pleasant Valley. Ted has done a great job as an AD there for the past 18, 19 years. They've really upgraded their facilities. He's done a wonderful job. How about a big hand for our Administrator Award recipient, Ted Minnick of Pleasant Valley. We have an outstanding Athletic Directors Association in our state. We have some officers here to honor their Athletic Director of the Year. The current president of the AD group is Marv Ryland, AD at Iowa City West. Over here we have vice presidents. On my far left, Steve Duncan, West Des Moines Valley, and next to Steve, Dave Beatty of Oskaloosa. They're going to present a plaque to their AD of the Year, Chuck Van Heck of Muscatine, accompanied by his wife Gail. Now this is quite a thing. First of all, they pick their district ADs of the year, and then a state AD of the year. But it goes even further than that. They go into regional competition and then into national competition. And I'm happy to say that we've had in the past 2 or 3 gentlemen from Iowa who have been selected National High School AD of the Year. Mr. Van Heck is going to be competing for that national honor within the next week or 2. We certainly wish him luck. He's the AD at Muscatine High. They have hosted many of our soccer tournaments, many other tournaments as well. He serves on the Board of Control of the IHSAA and has just done a wonderful job as the AD at Muscatine High School. Our AD of the Year, Chuck Van Heck. We also have what we call an Officials Hall of Fame. Those fellas that officiate regardless of the sport. Most of them who have been inducted have been at it 25, 30 years. This is no exception. Dwight Spangler has been officiating for some 25 years, and he has appeared in our state tournament as a wrestling official many of those years, over 20. And very few of our officials have ever accomplished that feat, being selected that often. So he certainly is very deserving, and we honor him at this time as our official of the year. He's accompanied by his wife, Marilyn, Dwight Spangler of DeWitt Central. It's always a delightful time at our tournament when we can introduce new inductees into our Wrestling Hall of Fame. And we have 6 great new inductees again this year. It's just amazing when we every year look at some of these inductees and the great things that they've done after excelling in our high school program. Let's begin with our first 1997 inductee. This young man is not only earned a reputation as an Iowa high school star, as a collegiate star, but also internationally. Wherever there's wrestling in the world, they no doubt have heard of Royce Alger, a very competitive young man. He won 3 state high school titles. He won 3 Big Ten championships. 2 of those years was named the MVP of the tournament, won a couple of NCAA titles, and as I said, has won many international honors, including being a silver medalist in Tokyo in 1990. Royce is accompanied tonight by his wife Belle and son Elijah. Royce Alger, the former Lisbon star. We've had some outstanding coaches in our state, needless to say, and here's one of them, no longer coaching, now the AD. He coached up until last year, some 260 victories and less than 75 losses. I think it was 65 losses in a long career, over 20 years as a high school coach. Produced some outstanding wrestlers, including his son Corey, who was a state champion here. Gary Christensen, accompanied by his wife Suzanne from Winterset. Mike Halupnik started his career as a high school coach over in Illinois, thought better of it after 8 years, came to Centerville, Iowa, and has been there ever since. Probably the proudest moment of his career was 1988. His team won a state championship right here at Veterans Auditorium. He's been at it a long time too, over 20 years, over 200 wins. From Centerville, Mike Halupnik, accompanied by his wife Barb. Jim Kenyon was a wrestler himself with good success, finished 4th in our state high school tournament, and then he went on and became a conference champion up at UNI. They asked him to start the wrestling program at Roland Story. Hadn't had a program till he came there. He got it started all right, and he's still going at it 28 years later. Jim has been very, very active in promoting wrestling as a member of the Wrestling Officials and Coaches Association, and has done a great job, over 150 wins while up at Roland Story. Our another Hall of Fame inductee, Jim Kenyon, Roland Story, accompanied by his wife, Carol. Next up, one of the great ones, one of our 4-time champions. You know how rare that is. Dan Knight came out of Clinton, had a tremendous high school career, 4 straight state championships. Went up to Iowa State with high expectations, got off to a good start. He finished 4th in the NCAA as a sophomore, and then the old injury bugaboo hit. And we're sorry to say that it just got so bad that he had to relinquish the sport as a competitor. He won a Most Courageous Award up there at Iowa State, Most Courageous Wrestler. And then he decided, well, it's time to get into coaching and teaching. That's what he's been doing. He's over in Illinois, just outside of Chicago, in West Chicago now, as a teacher and a wrestling coach. One of our great ones, 4-time champion Dan Knight, accompanied by his wife Bridget from Clinton. This next big guy, as you could maybe guess, a 2-sport man. All-state in football at Charles City High School, and a 3-time state high school wrestling champion. Went down to the University of Iowa and continued in those 2 sports, again with great success. Won a couple of Big Ten championships in wrestling, was a 3-time starter on some of those great Hayden Fry Bowl teams in football. A great career both in high school and college. From Charles City, Mark Sindlinger, accompanied by his wife, Julie. Another big hand for our Hall of Famers as they depart. Next up, the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association have numerous awards that they present each year to some of the members of their group and others who have contributed greatly to the high school program in the state. And to do the honors, we have some of the officers of that organization. The president is Tom Horton, coach at Dubuque Wahlert. Vice President is Ty Seaman, the coach at Storm Lake. The secretary is Scott Litterer, coach at Cedar Rapids Prairie. And the executive secretary is Jim Steyert at State Center West Marshall. All right, first of all, they vote among themselves, all the members of the organization, vote for their coaches of the year. And here are the selections, beginning with Class 1A. This man has coached at Lake Mills for 10 years, and this year, after domination by Osage 19 straight years, Osage won the conference title. This year, Lake Mills got the job done under Coach Jamie Ball, Coach of the Year, Class 1A. His assistants are Bill Burns, Chad Cavett, and Jim Beamer. Our 2A Coach of the Year has not been at it very long, but what an impression he's made. He's only been the head coach 4 years at Clarinda, but you might recall they won a state championship here a year or two ago. Mike Marino of Clarinda, the 2A Coach of the Year. His assistants are Kurt Dow and Aaron McLean. In Class 3A, 19 years of coaching. He's from Lamar's. This year, an outstanding dual meet record of 11 wins, just 1 loss, one of the best records they've had. He's been working his way up, building the program there, and we're going to be hearing a lot more from them in the future, I'm sure. The 3A Coach of the Year from Lamar's, Tom Smalley. His assistants are Lyle Stinton and David Rebarger. They also select an official of the year, and this year's official of the year comes from Waterloo. He's been in the state meet 17 times and has been officiating only 17 years. Mike Allen couldn't be with us this evening because he's working a national competition, but standing in for him is Gene Luttrell of Waterloo. Mike Allen, our official of the year. Well, you know how it is. These junior high coaches do a lot of work, probably don't get much praise. But we know that they're a key factor in the success of those varsity programs. And the Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association honor each year a junior high Coach of the Year. Talk about dedication, loyalty. He's been coaching wrestling 29 years and has been very happy and satisfied to coach junior high youngsters 28 of those 29 years. The Junior High Coach of the Year, Jim Henrich of Akron Westfield, accompanied, well, his wife Kay decided not to step out, but his wife's name is Kay. Now, finally, the Wrestling Officials and Coaches Association would like to honor 3 who they feel have contributed greatly to the success of wrestling in the state of Iowa. This is called their President's Award. The first recipient is a name I'm sure you're all familiar with, those of you who read the Des Moines Register. Dan McCool has done a great job of promoting our sport through the pages of the Register. He compiles all those weekly ratings and does such a great job. He was last year named the National Wrestling Writer of the Year by Amateur Wrestling News. Dan McCool of the Des Moines Register. Talk about dedication to the sport again. And here is a couple who have given the past 18, 19 years to producing the Predicament Wrestling newspaper that I'm sure most of you are familiar with. If you aren't, you should be. It's full of information about our wrestlers and coaches in the state and our teams. And here again is a recipient of the National Wrestling Writer of the Year Award a few years ago. The producers of the Predicament Ron and Diane Seaman of Emmetsburg. And those of you who have watched our tournament for the past 25, 26 years have seen a familiar face in the person of Dave Hardy. Dave is the Assistant Executive Director of the Iowa High School Athletic Association, former wrestler himself, an outstanding wrestler at Iowa Falls High and at Iowa State, then a successful coach at Postville and Eagle Grove, and for the past 26 years, he's been one of the fellas, the main fella, as far as organizing our state tournament. And I don't need to tell you what a tremendous job he's done. David Hardy of Boone, the Assistant Executive Director of the Iowa High School Athletic Association. And these are the winners of the President's Awards given by the Iowa Wrestling Officials and Coaches Association. I appreciate your great attention. Let's get on with the wrestling.
Our congratulations to all of tonight's award winners. Iowa Public Television would like now to salute one of the great men of wrestling who passed away a week ago tonight, Dr. Harold Nichols, the former longtime coach of the Iowa State Cyclones. We'd like to take time now before we start the wrestling to reflect on the life and career of the person everyone called Nick. Dan Gable, Ben Peterson, Nate Carr. Names synonymous with success in the sport of wrestling. And each of them shares a common bond with one individual essential to their development. A quiet bear of a man, Harold Nichols.
Oh, I thought he was a real proud. The way he held himself, the way he carried himself, the gestures, and when his athletes won, you know, I could just see it. It's just a feeling inside of him that kind of made his chest expand. And I think it's kind of the way his whole life was. You know, it's just did himself pretty right his whole life.
The number of lives this Cresco, Iowa native influenced during his 37-year coaching career at Arkansas State and Iowa State is endless. Names like Frank Santana, Mike Land, Kelly Ward, and Kevin Garfield. In all, Nichols produced 89 All-Americans, 38 NCAA champions, and 7 Olympians.
It was just ingrained in those guys as far as up in wrestling, and that you go for the fall, you pin the guy. That's the ultimate in it, just like the ultimate in football is in touchdown. The crowd likes to be in it. And when the fall happens, even today, they stand up. So the fall is an ultimate in wrestling.
Nick, as his admirers called him, totaled of 493, 93, and 14 career records. His enthusiasm and drive helped wrestling develop into a successful spectator sport, attracting large crowds to the Iowa State Armory and later to Hilton Coliseum. His first national champion, Les Anderson, in 1958, and his last NCAA titleist, Joe Gibbons, would both become assistant coaches at ISU. Within this time period is the legacy of the Nichols wrestling heritage, producing outstanding wrestlers like Chris Taylor and Jim Gibbons, the man who ultimately replaced the legend.
He gave athletes a chance to grow up, and the people that they were in the beginning when they were going through some rough times in their life weren't necessarily the people that walked out of their program. There are so many times that guys got in a little bit of trouble that if a lot of other coaches would overreact to it. It was really impressive the way he let people grow up and let them be college students and learn from their mistakes, and very caring and understanding person, really, when it came down to it.
Nichols' image was that of a man light years ahead of his challengers. He developed wrestling equipment and techniques that Cyclone wrestlers used in the practice room. helping set them apart from their competition. And off the mat, he held a strong concern for the academic aspect of his athletes' lives.
And I'd tell them that in recruiting them, I said, the important thing is finishing school, getting your education. If you become a national champion, fine. But you're going to live the next 40 years on what you learn in school.
Iowa State won 6 NCAA team titles and finished runner-up 11 times during Nichols' 32 years as the Cyclones' head man. Throughout his career and after his retirement, Nichols maintained his dry sense of humor.
How close do you yourself personally expect to be with the program when you're no longer on the piece of paper at the top of it?
About 2 blocks.
Not very far away.
Not very far away.
Harold Nichols was a man who changed the sport of wrestling, whose integrity and tenacity set a standard of excellence for all to achieve. And for that, we'll all be eternally grateful. Dr. Harold Nichols, who died a week ago tonight. Tim Johnson, the funeral, of course, as you can imagine, last Thursday was many people in the Wrestling Hall of Fame there, as you might expect.
Well, I personally remember Harold Nichols as a very generous person. When I was involved as a coach with the Iowa junior team, getting them ready for nationals, he always opened up the campus. He always said, whatever I can do for high school wrestling. And I remembered that as a young high school coach, the generosity and the caring he had for the kids.
We referred earlier to a special young man who wrestled in this tournament, and our Dean Board got a chance to talk to Nick Ackerman about his experience.
Got a very courageous wrestler here at the state tournament. Nick Ackerman wrestles at 152 pounds, single A, a senior at Colfax Mingo. The unique thing about him is his legs were amputated at the knees when he was an infant. And that's your first match that we're watching here right now. You nearly lost that, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a pretty close match, a pretty good kid.
But that key move here that we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, it's a cradle. I'd been working that all year and thought I'd better hit it now, and it worked.
In a sport where legs are so key, many wonder what caused you, what motivated you to choose wrestling?
I just wanted to be in the group with all my friends were in and all my friends wrestled, and so I wanted to be with them and just to have fun, and it's turned into more than just that now. So,
what single memory are you going to take away from this tournament?
Probably the fans, the crowd, and everybody that supported me, and my coach is great, and all the teammates and stuff, so that's going to be a big part of it.
And congratulations to you on your courage and the way that you have shown here at the state tournament. Nick, congratulations, good luck.
Thanks.
And that's Nick Ackerman. And Tim, you know, not only is he a courageous young man, he's just a tough wrestler.
Well, he is, and I was in the stands today when the entire Veterans Auditorium stood up and gave him a standing ovation for the inspiration he gave them.
Here again is the rotation that we have for you. There are 13 weight classes, and we're going to start right now at the bottom, the lowest weights, and go right on up to 275. And in the rotation system, the first 4 classes will be 1A. Then the 2A size schools, 130 to 145, the 3A to 152 to 189. We'll start with 2A at heavyweight 275. But we have a main match. That'll be the one that you'll see over most of the screen. But up in the corners this year, for the first time, you're going to have a chance to see in compressed form the off matches, shall we say, the off match, whichever one is not the main match. We will not make a lot of commentary about what you see up there, but you can at least keep track of somebody maybe you're interested in. And also, whenever the main match stops or is ended, something happens, we can always pull one down out of the corner, and away we go to the next one. I'm Doug Brown with Tim Johnson. It's on Iowa Public Television's, what is it, something like the 26th year of coverage of the Iowa High School Wrestling Championships. It's the place to be tonight in Iowa, or the place to be, stay at home. I'm going to show you how they, as a review, perhaps you're tuning in to watch a nephew or a grandson and you aren't quite sure how they score. The takedowns are 2 points. If you get away from being underneath, that's 1 point. If you reverse position, go on top from being on the bottom, it's 2. Near fall, that's if you put the man on his back for a count of 2 points. Expose the shoulders for longer than that, it's 3. This is the way the team scores came. First place got 16 points for the team, in addition to your advancement points as you proceed. Now we're going to start with the 1As. We're going to start with the smallest division in size, but this is quite a match, this 103-pound match between Kurt Morgan of Eagle Grove and Matt Passvogel of Wilton. Wilton is the team champion already. They've wrapped it up. And Wilton is in the team on the right in the light blue. And the Matt Passvogel has the black knee guard on. Those are what you see other than that up in the other section. Those are the 2A and 3As. Dylan Long of Creston against Justin Riddle of Clarinda in the 2A. And Bobby Duggan of Muscatine against Keith Edwards of Iowa City West in the AAA. So you can keep an eye on what's going on up there. We'll spend most of our commentary on the main match. Morgan and Passvogel at 103.
Well, we start right out with one of those father-son situations that we talked about earlier. On the left right there is Kurt Morgan and his dad. High school wrestling fans, historians will remember his dad Dave Morgan out of Eagle Grove himself, a 3-time state champion. And there's Passvogel in a great shape there, getting the takedown.
He's undefeated this year. He's 36-0, 36 wins and no defeats.
We've got 2 undefeated wrestlers here. Kurt Morgan's 33-0, and this is his first time at the state championship. He's a junior. And Passvogel was right there trying to set up a tilt right there. He had the wrist, and right here he just catches Kurt Morgan on his heels, drives through him, and almost cranks on a cradle right there to get more than just a takedown, but Morgan's able to keep away from that kind of danger, and he gets out right here for one here.
40 seconds to go
yet
in the first period.
He hasn't given it yet.
No, he hasn't.
Still says that Passvogel has the
still has that front headlock, and he sense that's serious enough that he's going to keep it. Referee, by the way, is Bob Algo of Waterloo. There are 2 referees, a referee and an assistant official.
Wilton's coach, of course, Steve Shirk. He'll have his own son in the finals that he'll be coaching later on. Ben.
On the feet, still has not. Now it's an escape. Now it's
with only 3 seconds left, so
2-1.
That was a very timely escape there for Kurt Morgan.
And as you're probably aware, in high school, there's no such thing as riding time.
There's Steve Shirk right there.
2-minute second period coming up with Passvogel, undefeated Wilton wrestler of the state championship team, starting on top. He has his choice on top, and he goes right to work on Kurt Morgan. Has him flattened out.
No one's ridden Kurt Morgan this year in 33 matches. He has not been ridden out. But right now, Passvogel is really
putting a lot of pressure on
putting a lot of pressure on him right here. Coming out front and not too concerned about taking a risk to try to turn Kurt Morgan for a couple of more points.
1997 High School Wrestling Championships live from Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines on Iowa Public Television. Matt Passvogel trying to add an individual championship to what is already a team championship for his team at the 1A division.
Boyd Wilton.
Well, he's doing a great job of riding, isn't he?
Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on him, and if you know, right up here, it looks like he's going for a cradle, but as soon as Morgan get his head up, he flattens Morgan out.
He has a minute to go here. Kurt Morgan, you say, his coach Dave Morgan was a multiple-time champion at Eagle Grove High School and came back to coach where he started out.
And here's coming out there, Morgan right there. If he can slip that head out, he's got the arm out right there. He's trying to pull in
the leg. He has 35 seconds to do something here, Tim.
A couple of juniors at the lightest weight right here, and Morgan hoping to turn the tables here and get an escape. And if he can slip that arm right out, he's going to have it. He's going to slip it out.
Yes, he can take that hip position away from his man, too.
Now he's got to get his hips underneath him and lift.
Nothing's happening, man.
And the referee called a stalemate on that, called him off.
He's within 13 seconds right now with a little injury time there. He's within 13 seconds of having something done to him that hasn't been done all year. That's Kurt Morgan, who has not been ridden for a 2-minute period all year long. But Pascal doing the job.
13 seconds to go in the second period of a 3-period match, of course. 103 pounds. We just started at the lowest weight, 103. And we'll be moving right on up. All 13 weight classes. And again, Passvogel, undefeated, puts in a tough, tight waist. And here comes Morgan, turning around. He could.
Well, no points.
He didn't have time.
No points. You can see where he's doing. He just didn't get it going. I'm sure his dad would have liked him to move a little quicker, a little more explosive. Here he sits back into him. He's got the leg elevated. Now he's going to look back for the head right there. Now rock back onto him, but
didn't have time. So now we have 2 minutes to go. We're going to start the third period. And here was Morgan on top, and it's a reversal in a big, quick hurry for Passvogel, and he has Morgan on his back. He's got a 3-point near fall from the way I read it, looking at the number of fingers the official has pointed.
Yep.
A 3-point near fall to go with a reversal, a big 5-point move for Passvogel.
Get off those legs.
Passvogel, half his wins this year of his 36 have been pins, and already have won 90.
He's got a tough half in there now.
Driving through, under the arm, little chicken wing action.
Yep.
No, you're setting on it. Let's go.
And he has Morgan flat. We now have only 1 minute and 14 seconds left, and it's a 7-1 score in favor of Passvogel. A very impressive, undefeated wrestler for Wilton. Now he's, again sucks in that tight waist, goes to work. He's been dominant in this match. Of course, the 2A and the 3A matches you see in the corner of your screen as they go. Our main match here is at the Division I level, the 1A, and it's 50 seconds to go and a 7-2.
And right
score.
here, there's a good shot by Passvogel, and that's the best way to keep yourself from getting thrown to your back for 5 points, and that's what Kurt Morgan needed to do. He can scoot here, Morgan, scooting if he can get to his knees, but no, Passvogel is pressuring back into him.
Seems very comfortable in that top position. He just strong. Now he goes back, and he could again put Morgan in some trouble here.
And
he does have him in trouble. Piling up near fall points. 10 seconds to go. A 3-point near fall makes it 10-2, 11-2, 12-2. And the state champion, the first state champion of the year.
Well, there's a state champion, and on the other mat, we have a state champion as well.
Impressive win by Matt Passvogel of Wilton, whose team has won the state championship even before the final round.
Here's the big move right here, the reversal first right here. Here he comes around, and now he settles down. That's Passvogel settling down. You'll see how he drives through. That's the big move that made the big difference early. Here's his reaction right here. Passvogel says, all right, a team championship is great, but I love winning it myself, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's the first championship for him, and that's the chance to say, too, that they'll both be back next year.
Yep.
Now we have one match yet to go.
On the other match,
this is the Class 2A match that hasn't been decided yet, and this is between Dylan Long of Creston and Justin Riddle of Clarinda.
And in 3A, Keith Edwards won the championship for Iowa City West 7-6 over Bobby Dugan from Muscatine.
Now Dylan Long of Creston is leading here 5-3 over Justin Riddle of Clarinda with 45 seconds to go in the third period. And you see Dylan Long in the red. Piling up another, getting a takedown, makes it 5-5.
5-5. And
ties it up.
20 seconds left. Clarinda wrestler, coached by the 2A Coach of the Year, Mike Marino from Clarinda.
10 seconds to go, or if he cannot escape or nobody turns, it will be an overtime here. 7 seconds to make it up. Dylan Long on the left. Justin Riddle of Clarinda just getting up. Or rather, Justin Riddle on the left of Clarinda, and Dylan Long of Creston coming down on the mat in the under position. Quick move by Long, but I don't think he's going to get away.
Overtime.
We will. We'll go to overtime.
Sudden death, sudden victory, whatever you want to say right here, but we know that it comes down to who can get the first takedown.
All right, away they go. 2 minutes. Whoever can do it. And in goes Long.
Nice shot.
In goes Riddle.
Good shot. He needs to lift right here. That was Creston that went
That's
in
Long.
for the shot.
Long has the single leg. But you see Riddle countering him across the back. No second chances here. This is.
Oh, they called a stalemate right there, and so we'll get a shot again. That was a nice first shot by by Dylan Long of Creston, but good counter wrestling by Justin Riddle.
They both took shots on cracked heads
cracked.
there. Boy, that hurts sometimes. They didn't wait. The whistle blew from Larry Blaker, the official from Perry. A shot again. But this time
he doesn't
Riddle.
have it as well, and that's no, that was
Long.
that was Long.
Dylan Long has lost only once this year. 32-1 from Creston. We have used, let's see, 1:22. And there's an injury timeout for Long. And you see Mike Marino, who just awarded the Coach of the Year award in Class 2.
And as we told you, Keith Edwards from Iowa City West defeated Bobby Dugan from Muscatine 7-6 to win the championship in 3A. So we have Matt Pasfagel and Keith Edwards as champions, and now we're looking to settle number 3.
Overtime with 1:12 to go. Whoever scores first wins. You saw Riddle look like he wanted to use a throw. He gave that up.
Riddle in a position right here that he's got the front head, and he's looking to try to maybe stuff and run around, but now he makes a shot. He has an opportunity for a high cross fireman's carry, but Long defends him and is in on the legs. He's in on the legs.
Yes,
Long
he
is.
If he can get the
Whoa,
trap.
good hip action. Good hip action by Riddle right here. Riddle coming around for Clarinda, trying to win a championship for Clarinda. Came in with a whole lot of wrestlers. Disappointed
Now
only
he has
have one in
the
the
leg.
finals, but a championship could really make things
25
good.
seconds.
And he's down. He just needs to slip the arm out now. He's got that heel. He needs to limp arm the arm out. Here he comes, and oh! Man, what a great ending.
And it didn't work.
What a great ending. Now, it was almost
There
a
it is.
great reaction by Dylan Long there to get the 2 points. You can finish it in case there's a pin action, but nope. 2-2, he wins it.
And that's it.
Justin Riddle, Clarinda, wins a championship for the 2A Coach of the Year, Mike Marino.
In overtime. Well, we're only at the 103-pound class. We've had a couple of impressive victories here. And 3 new champions of the 39 who will be crowned here at Veterans Auditorium in this live coverage of Iowa High School Wrestling Championships. So, 103 pounds. We're going to go down to 112. 112. There's how it ended.
Right here. Boy, I'll tell you, that was good determination by both wrestlers, but in the end, Riddle was able to control. And here's Mike Marino right there, a little reaction right there, and he loves it. Former state champion himself out of Glenwood High School. Now he's on the mats as a coach.
Let's go to Dick Trotter for a report.
In 3A competition, Keith Edwards of Iowa City West High School made his coach a happy man tonight with his last second decision of Bobby Dugan of Muscatine. And there you see a happy Keith Edwards of Iowa City, who led early but gave up points later on and was called for stalling. Your winner, 7-6, Edwards of Iowa City West. Doug?
Thank you, Dick. Now we're at 112 pounds. And again, we're going to see a Wilton wrestler here. It often happens with these state championship teams, the good wrestling teams, that you have 1 or 2 or 3 wrestlers in much the same weight class. They all help each other out in the room, and they make each other tougher. And it's going to be Justin Stanley, again in the light blue, against Caleb McCarty of Guthrie Center, coached by David Litterer. Steve Shirks. Justin Stanley has lost only once this year, and right away, he's out with a takedown. Boom, 2-0 at 1A.
Once you get it going, and Wilton got it going when they walked into Vets Auditorium on Thursday, and they haven't stopped.
The other 2 matches at AA, we have Jamie Taxton of Webster City against Nick Maroff of Columbus Junction. And at the 3A, Jeremy Hendricks of Marshalltown, coached by Phil Henning, wrestling Cliff Moore, undefeated from Hempstead High School in Dubuque. We'll keep an eye on those up in the corner. You'll know what's going on. If one of your men is up there, that's a chance for you to see him. We're spending most of our commentary with Caleb McCarty and Justin Stanley. And Stanley, who got the first takedown, cuts off Caleb McCarty's first move and flattens his man out, puts the leg in, and continues to ride hard.
Stanley hasn't lost at his weight this year. He's 44-1. He lost when he wrestled up at 119 once. And his career record, 127-6, and he's only a junior.
And you see him bar that arm. The official, in fact, Thomas Moore, thought it was a little bit too dangerous a bar arm, and he took it away from him. But looked like he was ready to turn McCarty on that spot. There is Caleb McCarty in the black from Guthrie Center, coached by David Litterer. He sat out, trying to come around. On a switch.
Oh, but just a cast over to avoid the switch right there. He just foiled the plans there of Caleb McCarty. Both these young wrestlers are not strangers to placing. Last year, Stanley was a runner-up. He's a 3-time qualifier. He was in the finals last year, so he's been here. Last year, McCarty was 4th place. And so a couple of veterans here trying to win their first state championships.
Again, Stanley looking really strong on top. He uses a tight waist, now goes down to the bar arm, flattens McCarty down. And you see that strong bar arm. Now, he'd like to turn his man with that. The last time he came out to the side, though, the official thought the bar arm was a little bit too dangerous. He wants to turn him right from there.
Well, he's a turner because he has already had 2 falls in the tournament and one 15-1 major decision. So it's been an easy road for Justin Stanley on his way to the finals. But Caleb McCarty has also had a couple of falls on his way to the finals match. So they've been looking for each other. A couple of dangerous wrestlers.
First period is over. It's a 2-0 lead for Stanley. And Stanley is underneath. He starts there. Now we'll see if how McCarty rides.
Well, he was able to get his hips out, do a little roll, and slide out for 1 point. Back to the feet.
So Stanley from this championship Wilton team goes ahead 3-0 and goes right in on that outside single chain, comes over to a double, and boom.
Well, it was real powerful. He dropped in on the single, then he cut off to the double and drove through the hips. It was a very powerful move. Showed a lot to me as far as how tough he is and why he's won 127 matches in 3 years.
He looks very strong, 112-pounder. There's the first escape and the first point for McCarty. The score is now
5-1.
5-1. In on the double.
A little duck action, driving through the hips again, the double leg, and 2 more points. I'll tell you what, this Justin Stanley not only is strong and powerful, but he is very confident right now. He's looking good. He's wrestling a very good wrestler in Caleb McCarty.
112 pounds, the second weight class of 13 we're going to show you tonight on Iowa Public Television's live coverage of the Great Iowa High School Wrestling Championships at Veterans Auditorium. If you see an empty seat somewhere around here, Tim.
Here's the drive-through right here, and he trips it. He goes across and trips through, but he didn't even need that trip. He was already driving through McCarty there on his way to 2 points because of that power.
Tight waist in that arm. Now he bars that arm again. You see the put in the hammerlock across the back. Now what he wants to do is bar it and then get off to the side and maybe put a half Nelson in or whatever he can get, and then turn his man. Come out to the side and turn him over. There he comes with the half Nelson.
Well, you can tell that he set a goal to dominate every person in his weight class at the state tournament this year. So far, he's done it, and he's doing it in the finals right now. As Justin Stanley said, I want to dominate every man.
5-1. And he's making life tough for Caleb McCarty, a fine wrestler. McCarty's lost only twice in 38 matches.
Red, top, bottom, neutral.
There's the end of the second period. That's 2 minutes long, so now we go 3.
We're neutral.
And not surprisingly at all, McCarty decides he does not want to go under to start that last period. He has the choice, and he wants to go on his feet.
And
actually, the score is 7-1 now.
In 3A up there, the score is 8-3 in favor of Cliff Moore from Dubuque Hempstead over Jeremy Hendricks from Marshalltown. There's a man in the green right there in 3A, and he's up 8-3 with only a little more than a minute left in the match. And almost to the end of the second period in 2A, the score is 9-4 in favor of Jamie Taxted from Webster City over Nick Marl from Columbus Junction.
Again, here comes Justin Stanley in on the leg. He's dominated here as he said he wanted to do, and there's no question about it. Boy,
he gave us the word, and now he's following through. You know, he walks his talk.
9-1 with a minute and 20 to go. He got the takedown, and now he goes again on that bar, which Thomas Moore says is a little bit dangerous.
You know, on the single, head to the inside, drives through with his head. See, he used his head just like he does an arm. It's the same thing as cutting off your arm. He had the single leg, drove through with the head inside for the takedown.
This time, Stanley says, I'll let you go and try to take you down again. 9-2, that's an escape point for Stanley. Here comes from McCarty. Here comes Stanley again. Power, power, power. And this time he has McCarty on his back, but it may be out of bounds. He got the points for the takedown, but he'll have to bring him inbounds because you can't get near fall points with the shoulders out.
And in 3A, you see the hand of Cliff Moore from Dubuque Hempstead being lifted as he wins 13-3 over Jeremy Hendricks from Marshalltown for
to finish an undefeated year.
37-0.
Again, the whistle goes with 40 seconds to go, and Stanley, this time he's going to tilt.
Got from there.
He didn't get back points for it. Again, you see him working on the bar arm.
Oh, and he's putting a lot of pressure. He's looking for one way, and he jumps over and tries another way. It's just a very dominating performance. Over there in the 2A match right now, Jamie Taxted is from Webster City, is kind of running away with it, 12-4 over Nick Marl from Columbus Junction.
Score here.
11-2. Big win for another Wilton wrestler. That's 2 out of 4 that they have in the finals.
And they had it locked up before they got here.
Locked up in a big way. Steve Shirk really doing the job in a big way.
That was
his birthday. He's having a great birthday. He's a leap year baby. His birthday's the 29th, and he decided today would be his birthday celebration.
Oh, happy birthday, young man. That's
to the coach, Steve Shirk.
The 2A match, as you can see, is still going. This is Jamie Taxted of Webster City wrestling Nick Marolf of Columbus Junction. And Columbus Junction is the championship team here. They had it wrapped up coming into the finals. And the leader here is Jamie Taxted of Webster City.
And he's going to win it.
12-4 with just no time left here. Good victory for Jamie Taxted. He's Coach Dick Kennedy. Columbus Junction has the consolation of knowing that they have a team championship wrapped up even before that match started.
And I misspoke. I said Wilton had 4 in the finals. Columbus Junction has 4 in the finals.
Columbus Junction.
Wilton's got another one coming, though.
112-pound division is finished. 2 weight classes out of 13 in the coverage on Iowa Public Television. Let's get some awards now at 103. And here's our public address announcer in Veterans Auditorium, Ed Winger.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the award stand at the east end of the auditorium. Presenting the Class 1A 103-pound awards, Coach Steve Shirk of Wilton. 6th place, Keith Simmons, Sydney. 5th place, Andrew Bales, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. 4th place, Troy Smeltzer, Woodward Granger. 3rd place, Jeff Harrison, Sloan Westwood. Runner-up, Kurt Morgan, Eagle Grove. And the 1997 1A 103-pound champion from Wilton, Matt Passvogel. Presenting the Class 2A 103-pound awards, Coach Mike Marino of Clarinda. 6th place, Carl Bratland, Humboldt. 5th place, Adam Hutchinson, Mediapolis. 4th place, David Dyke, Eddiesville, Blakesburg. 3rd place, Cody Townsend, Bloomfield, Davis County. Runner-up, Dylan Long, Creston. And the Class 2A 103-pound champion from Clarinda, Justin Riddle.
First overtime winner of the evening there, a happy Justin Riddle from
One of the great
Clarinda.
things about the sport, you know, 103 pounds, and you can walk down Main Street and you're the champion. You know, you don't have to be the biggest guy in the world.
No, you got that right.
Presenting the Class 3A 103-pound awards, Coach Scott Williamson of Iowa City West. 6th place, Tom Paulson, Urbandale. 5th place, Brian Hesinius, Lamars. 4th place, Eric Casey, Epworth, Western Dubuque. 3rd place, Ricky Pence, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Runner-up, Bobby Dugan, Muscatine. And the Class 3A 103-pound champion from Iowa City West, Keith Edwards.
Congratulations. Hope maybe somebody you know is up there on that stand. Let's go to Dean Borg with a floor report.
Champion from last year, Jamie Taxted, a senior from Webster City, showed why he was a champion. He repeated tonight in a win over Nick Maroff of Columbus Junction. He decisioned Maroff 12-4. Really the key was 3 near-fall points right at the close of the first period, and Taxted never looked back. At 112 pounds in AA, Jamie Taxted is the winner and the champion. Dick?
Lead in 3A competition, sophomore Cliff Moore gave a lesson to his junior opponent from Marshalltown, Jeremy Hendricks, tonight by defeating Hendricks 13-3. It was big time, and you will see Cliff Moore, the sophomore from Dubuque Hempstead, made Coach Dan Dunham a happy man. He was second a year ago, and now he has the title and perhaps 2 more in the future. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're now going to 119 pounds. In the rotation system, we're with the small schools here in the first 4 weights, but you do see up at the corner the other 2 matches if you'd like to follow along, although we don't stay as close to them as we do the others. At 119 pounds, it's 1A class. It's Ryan Frederick of Riceville against undefeated Brad Scholes of Underwood, who's gone 49 matches this year without a loss.
And 26 pins.
And I think you get an idea of what he's going to have to do, because that was not his takedown. That takedown was Riceville's Ryan Frederick.
Right. David Ripley, 30-some years as a head coach at Riceville, and what a wonderful job there he's done. Just to set the record straight, Doug, Wilton and Columbus Junction both have 4 in the finals.
Okay. Well, let's set up the other ones, too. At the 2A division, J.D. Pugh of Columbus Junction, championship team wrestling Mark Juergens of Maquoketa. And at the AAA level, Adam Eichhorn of Cedar Falls, which is a very important match. It's the first Cedar Falls wrestler we've seen. If any Cedar Falls wrestler wins, they win the state title.
That's right.
Any one of them. And then the David Brown of Lamar is undefeated, is his opponent.
Escape for Scholes right now, like you said, 49-0, and now, good scramble by both of them.
2 minutes in each period at the high school level, 6-minute matches, 2-2-2. A minute and a half gone in this 119-pound 1A division class. The man in the blue has the only takedown, 2-1. He's up against undefeated Brad Scholes.
And, you know, Ryan Frederick's no slouch. He's 37-1, has had 23 pins, and he is coached by Lewis Curtis, as you're looking at right there. He's a 4-time state qualifier, 2-time placer, or a 3-time placer now. And but there's
Frederick again for
Frederick
another takedown.
again in.
He's come out looking really tough. He feels confident on his feet, obviously, because he was willing to let Scholes go. He leads
133 wins for Ryan Frederick in his career, setting a school record. Here's off the 2-on-1 right here. A little trip right there, ankle sweep, and then covering and running around for the 2-point takedown.
All right, the score is 3-3 here with 40 seconds to go. Get these.
Both of these young wrestlers, young wrestlers hold their school record for most wins.
And you can see they like to throw too. They lock up. And I'm sure they had a lot of those pins right from the feet.
Frederick's already done something this year that he couldn't last year. Last year he was beat 6-0 for 5th place by Scholes. Scholes beat him 6-0 last year, and now.
Oh, there is Frederick in on the.
No back points. No, that was.
Points.
And yep.
One here, green, neutral.
So Frederick has a 5-4 lead after the escape. Here he comes again. In the blue with the green anklet, that's Brad Scholes of
Down 5-4 right now. Like I said, a little turning it around a little bit. Frederick last year lost 6-0.
Choice green.
Right in on a little short fireman's carry type little single action, keeping the elbow tight and getting the 2 points, but no back points was Ryan Frederick from Wrightsville.
All right, it's 5-4. Second period starts now. It's 2 minutes. And the man who got the choice was Frederick. He took under. Scholes is in the top position. He is trailing by a 5-4 score, and there's a warning against the man on top. That's a warning against Scholes.
On 3A with a minute left in the second period, David Brown from Lamar's, undefeated right now, is ahead of Adam Eichhorn from Cedar Falls. Big match, as we told you. He's ahead 8-3 with a minute left in the second period. Cedar Falls down in their first shot at clinching the title. That's Brown over Eichhorn, 8-3.
And at 2A, with about a minute and a half gone in the second period, about 30 seconds gone in the second period, it's 4-1 in favor of Mark Juergens of Maquoketa over J.D. Pugh of Columbus Junction.
We got nothing, gentlemen. We got nothing
now
here yet.
We have in this 1A division main match here, about a minute and a half to go in the second period.
And that Scholes still down to Frederick. Frederick ahead, 6-4.
Nothing. 2, green side.
And Scholes ties it up with a reversal. So they score. There's no doubt about that. 6-6.
You all right? You got a goal injury time. Let me know.
Referee is Jim Christensen of Greenfield.
In right here on the single leg, covering the hips for the takedown right there to tie it up. 6-6. We've got
Scholes
ourselves
in the blue starts on top here with 55 seconds to go in the second period and a tie score.
We got to work, gentlemen. We got to work.
Right here, he cuts across for a double leg, low double leg to keep control. It's not a takedown because he started on top, as you said, Doug, and he's riding, but there's 35 seconds. Whoa.
He let him go, trying to get a takedown on the edge of the mat now with about 30 seconds to go in this period. They're out of bounds. Nothing there. 7-6 is the
30
escape
seconds left. 7-6.
for Frederick.
And that's the coach, Lewis Curtis, Underwood's coach, and that's Brad Scholes' coach, of course. Brad Scholes trying to win his 50th match of the year. All-time winningest single-season winner for
Practically
Underwood.
anybody, I'll tell you. That's a lot of wins. That's a lot of wins.
And
in
he's
a year.
still only number 2 in career wins for Underwood. But he's certainly the all-time single-season wins record holder. Going for his 50th.
15 seconds, fellas.
The Underwood Eagles, but he's trailing here by a point to Ryan Frederick in the black on the left.
Trying to work that inside right there.
Come up for a double underhook and maybe get a trip and a throw, but he's still trailing by 1 at the end of the period, and there'll be no more scoring in the second period.
With a minute and a half left in the third period, in the 3A match, it's David Brown from Lamar's
Injury time, green.
leading Adam Eichhorn from Cedar Falls 11-5. And in 2A, the leader remains Mark Juergens 4-2 over J.D. Pugh. And this is a rematch of the district finals.
And that's the start of the second period over there.
It's third period. Start
of the third period. And Brad Scholes of Underwood has taken the injury time out in this 1A 119-pound match. With the score 7-6 in favor of Ryan Frederick of Riceville.
And at 3A, it's less than a minute left, 13-9, only a 4-point differentiation.
Yeah.
Let's go over to the 2A match here and watch J.D. Pugh for a while against Mark Juergens in his injury timeout. J.D. Pugh.
Ready?
Mark Juergens, of course,
leads 4-2. Well, we'll go back to 1A again.
Of course, Mark Juergens, the brother of Eric Juergens, 4-time undefeated state champion. Just graduated last year down at the University of Iowa, and Mark Juergens trying to follow his
Starting the third period, the man on the bottom was Brad Scholes, undefeated, trying to go for his 50th straight win, but he got out to tie the score there. So now here we go on the feet.
In on
Frederick
a single, head to the outside, drives through, and the neck wrench does not work. He says out of bounds.
So out of bounds, says Jim Christensen. The official.
Cedar Falls just wins the championship with a come-from-behind fall.
How about that?
Wow. Wow. Look at this right here. Scholes coming on top for the 2 points.
And he takes the lead 9-7
with a minute 20 left.
Well, we'll have some other words about that Cedar Falls championship, because that would decide the only division that hadn't been decided yet. Cedar Falls had just but to win any one of its first 3 matches.
And they weren't winning it. Never was ahead. And whoop, a little
missed throw there by Frederick.
With
a minute to go, and now Scholes is leading 11-8.
Wanted to do right there.
No, it was not that far, not that much difference.
Same way, red down.
A little over anxious, maybe.
Yep.
What's the matter? You want injury time? Injury time, green.
48 seconds, and again, Brad Scholes complaining about a knee injury.
Right here is when Fredericks comes up and kind of hits something right there, but it wasn't enough because Scholes was able to avoid it and get the 2-point. With only 19 seconds left in the match on 2A right up there in the corner, you're seeing J.D. Pugh trying to get a couple of points to tie the match up. It's 4-2 still. Mark Juergens leading. J.D. Pugh, runner-up last year.
And he's in the position on top, which means he has to either turn the man.
No, he's on the position on the bottom. J.D. Pugh, Columbus on the bottom.
Right.
Just behind. Here they are. With 19 seconds left, all Juergens has to do is ride him out to win, or just let him escape and no 2 points. He just can't give up 2.
And now we're back at the 1A match again between Frederick and Scholes with 45 seconds to go. The man in the white and blue, Brad Scholes, is leading by 3 points and in the position of advantage here.
He's come from behind. Scholes has come from behind, and a very gallant effort right there is his coach, Lewis Curtis, getting pretty excited himself.
Again, Frederick gets to his feet, and he's out. So now it's a 2-point difference. If Frederick could get a takedown, he could tie it up. Here he comes in on the leg.
He's in tight. He just has to cut off right here. But, whoa, air,
He got it.
points. It's tied up.
Because Scholes is out of bounds, he can't get back points off of that, or he might have gone right on up with it. And we're down to 15 seconds to go. 14
right here's the
seconds to go.
takedown, inside trip, and they just gave 2 points up in the corner to go to overtime. Whoa!
At 2A.
And then we've got tie here. Looks like an overtime. It's going to be an overtime up above.
7 seconds to go, 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, and it ends 11-11, so we have to go to overtime at 1A and 2A both. At 2A at 119 pounds, J.D. Pugh against Mark Juergens. And here it's Frederick against Scholes, 2-minute overtime period.
Both these matches are overtime. When you see a takedown, you'll see a state champion.
Frederick.
And there's Frederick. Gets it.
Gets 2. The sudden death, and he made it in a hurry.
He did it in a hurry, and here we are up.
And he stopped that undefeated season.
And he got revenge for his loss in the state tournament. He was shut out last year by Scholes. And this year he wins it for Dave Ripley. 30-some years at Riceville. Great coaching job for a long time.
13-11. Well, now let's go over to the... We're going to show the
replay of the winning takedown in overtime for Fredericks.
There it is.
There it was, the 2, and there you just saw the 2 points for J.D. Pugh coming from behind and winning the state championship after a runner-up finish
at 2A
for Columbus Junction.
Columbus Junction, the state championship team. The score is 6-4. J.D. Pugh, the winner for Coach Bill Plain. Over Mark Juergens of Maquoketa, 2 men who came in here with a 36-2 record. And Pugh wins 6-4. Let's go to the PA for the winners at 112.
Class 1A 112-pound awards. Coach Steve Shirk of Wilton. 6th place, Che Ullman, Riceville. 5th place, Brandon Benetham, Woodward Granger. 4th place, Scott Burns, Pleasantville. 3rd place, Chris Wernemont, Pocahontas area. Runner-up, Caleb McCarty, Guthrie Center. And the Class 1A 112-pound champion from Wilton, Justin Stanley.
Congratulations to Justin Stanley, a most impressive winner at 112 pounds in the 1A division. Now the 2As.
Presenting the Class 2A 112-pound awards, assistant coach Ted Larson of Webster City. 6th place, Dustin Dunton, Tama, South Tama County. 5th place, Tim Halligan, Independence. 4th place, Joe Havig, Osage. 3rd place, Joe Glissman, Knoxville. Runner-up, Nick Maroff, Columbus Junction, Columbus. And the Class 2A 112-pound champion from Webster City, Jamie Taxted.
Congratulations, Jamie. 112-pound champion in the 2A division. Iowa Public Television's live coverage of the 1997 Wrestling Championships. These are the 112-pound championship awards. And coming up on the stand now are the 3A winners, top 6.
Presenting the Class 3A 112-pound awards, Coach Dan Dunham of Dubuque Hempstead. 6th place, Dominique Carter, Davenport North. 5th place, Pat Ryle, Fort Dodge. 4th place, Gabe Capps, Indianola. 3rd place, Tony Brown, Iowa City, City High. Runner-up, Jeremy Hendricks, Marshalltown. And the Class 3A 112-pound champion from Dubuque Hempstead, Cliff Moore.
There's your winner at the 3A division. Let's go to Dean Borg for a floor report.
But Doug Mark Juergens of Maquoketa came within a split second of avenging a loss to J.D. Pugh of Columbus Junction that he'd suffered at the district level. The two met again tonight, and Juergens was leading with about 1 second to go in a wild and woolly finish in that third period. He was leading 2-4. But at that point, J.D. Pugh reversed him, and then in the overtime scored a takedown with 58 seconds gone, and he is the champion, J.D. Pugh of Columbus Junction at 119 pounds in AA. Dick?
In 3A competition, your champion here is Adam Eichhorn of Cedar Falls, who won the state title now as he defeated David Brown, the sophomore from Lamar's, in a wild and woolly match. In the game, Eichhorn was down 10-5 going into the third period, turned it around and pinned his opponent from Lamar's in 5 minutes 50 seconds. Doug?
And that won the state championship for the Cedar Falls team. That was a big one.
Took the pressure off the other two wrestlers.
Now we're at 125 pounds. We're still in the first 4 weight classes. We're going with the smaller schools first, although we're keeping the other ones up in the corner where you can see them. This is Eric Wallace of Logan Magnolia against undefeated Kyle Canoyer of Oakland Riverside. 46-0 against 33-4 for Eric Wallace.
Canoyer, a returning state champion, another Riverside High School, Oakland, Iowa product.
He has the dark, he's back to you, he's wearing the green anklet. The other matches at AA are Jeff Dirks of Anamosa against undefeated Luke Moffat of Esterville. And the AAA match is this big one between two men going for 3-time state championships. Josh Budke of Cedar Falls against Jesse West of Iowa City City High, who won 2 championships in Kansas. He's trying to get his 3rd one here, and he's defeated Josh Budke 3 times this year.
And they've all been very close matches, 1 point, 1 point, and overtime. So
here you see, with his back to you now, on the left there, that's Eric Wallace of Logan Magnolia, wearing the red anklet. And Kyle Canoyer from a wrestling family. Canoyers is up against him. We've gone through 1 minute without a score.
His brother wrestles for Nebraska, and Kyle has already decided that he's going to go and wrestle at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln next year. Here he is, 46-0, and 120 wins for his career, and he's a 3-time place winner in the state tournament.
That's Canoyer on the right. It's Eric Wallace on the left. They're pretty evenly matched here. There's a long shot out by Canoyer, and Wallace has just been warned by referee Robert Green.
This is Wallace's first time into the state tournament, first-time qualifier, and here he is in the finals.
Front headlock for Wallace. Actually, a double underhook there. He'd like to throw Canoyer over, but it doesn't look as if Canoyer is being very cooperative about that, as it often happens when you get to this level.
There's Kent Kirsten on the right, and his brother KC Kirsten is his assistant. The coaches of Logan Magnolia.
First period is over. It's 2 minutes long. The second period, they start on the feet. I didn't see which man had the choice, but he wanted to wrestle on the feet and not go under. On the left, Canoyer in the dark. There's Canoyer in on the leg.
Cut off real fast. He was very quick right there, but Wallace is able to actually scoot to a point where he still has a chance. But there, Canoyer covered him up real well, and he's got the 2 points.
2 points for Canoyer. He's up 2-0 here with 1 minute and 30 to go in the second period. At 125 pounds, the 1997 high school wrestling championships on Iowa Public Television. For more than a quarter of a century now, we've been enjoying this night when the best in wrestling in the state get together for the title decisions.
That's Mitch Anderson right there from Riverside High School, the head coach of the champions from last year.
Canoyer decides to let Wallace go. He wants to start on the feet again. He feels strong out there. 2-1 is the score. The shot was taken by Wallace, and Canoyer countered it well enough. We're at 125 pounds. Kyle Canoyer. Front headlock this time by Eric Wallace. But can he post his man and
stalemate, man.
And do enough with it. He can't. It's a stalemate, says Robert Bream, and he sends him back to the middle. Again, undefeated record for Knoyer, the man on the right. 2-1 score.
Little shot there by Eric Wallace, but it wasn't deep enough, and Knoyer is up on top of the head again.
That double underhook. About 45 seconds left in the 3A match, by the way, in the second period, and there's no score there between Josh Budke and Jesse West in a big match.
Shot of Mitch Anderson there, the coach of Riverside High School, cheering on Kyle Knoyer.
Knoyer leads 2-1 with 25 seconds to go in the second period. In the 2A match, it's just a little bit of time left in the second period, and it's 2-0 there in favor of Jeff Dirks of Anamosa over undefeated Luke Moffett.
With only 30 seconds left in the second period, it's still no score on that 3A match between Budke and West.
8 seconds here in the second period. We're all in pretty much the same spot, rolling right along. The way it looks, this period's going to end without a score at the 1A division, and the score will be 2-1, where it has been for the last few seconds.
And at the end of the second period in 2A, it's Luke Moffett from Esterville leading Jeff Dirks from Anamosa 2-0.
Now this time Wallace decides he wants to go under. And Knoyer lets him go, lets the score be tied, 2-2. He feels confident enough, even though he's had only one takedown. Knoyer feels that he can work it on the feet, so he's willing to let Wallace go and try it.
Well, Wallace is going to try to do something that's only been done to Knoyer one time this year, and that Knoyer's only been taken down once the entire season.
125-pound 1A division here in our main match at this weight. Official Robert Bream, keeping an eye on him, says let's come back to the center again.
Sometimes you think these young wrestlers at Des Moines are about the furthest away they've got from their towns, but Knoyer's been all over. He's been to the Czech Republic wrestling for a USA team, so he's been out of the country.
Getting down toward the end of that first minute here in the last period, and Wallace is in this match. There's no doubt about it. It's 2-2. Knoyer has taken him down once.
Whoa.
There's a counter by Knoyer, and he gets the points.
He was able to, just as you said, counter a little shot, use his quickness. Knoyer did, got the 2 and then 1, so puts him up by 1 with 40-some seconds left, 46 seconds left in the last period. 4-3 lead for Knoyer. Only a minute and a half left on the 3A match. It's 1-0 Jesse West leading Josh Bucket. Look at that. Just real slipped around the back, almost sucked him back.
Almost got some back points out of it.
Got some back points, but didn't.
35 seconds to go here, and a 4-3 lead for the man on the left there, Kyle Knoyer of Oakland Riverside. Out of bounds now with 25 seconds to go. In the 2A division, there are 35 seconds left, and that's a big lead now for Luke Moffett of Esterville, undefeated against Jeff Dirks of Anamosa.
And I said Josh Budke is ahead 1-0 and riding with a minute left over Jesse West in that 3A match. So the man on top there, Josh Budke, is ahead 1-0 over undefeated Jesse West, who has beaten him 3 times this year.
This match ends. Brad Knoyer. With Knoyer of Nebraska. This is Kyle Knoyer, Brad Knoyer's brother. He has just won a state championship and an undefeated season. Goes 47-0. He beats Eric Wallace of Logan Magnolia.
And the key was he didn't get taken down. He could. That's right. You know, Wallace just couldn't get the takedown. And there's a champion up there in the corner, and that's Luke Moffett from Esterville, finishing in an undefeated season, now 41-0, beating Jeff Dirks from Anamosa. Here's Budke and West right here. Budke still riding right now.
Score is 1-0.
35 seconds left. If he rides him out, he wins the state championships and avenges 3 losses this year.
1-0 Budke. West of Iowa City High School came from Kansas, where he won 2 state championships. He's undefeated so far this year. Budke has lost to him 3 times, and Budke...
All of them close.
And Budke has 18 seconds to see if he can
be the first three-time state champion in 30 years at Cedar Falls High School since Kim Rhodes.
And he looks pretty strong. He's got the leg in now.
Got the leg in. He's through. He can't get shaken off right there. Got to keep it tight. 5 seconds left. He's close.
So unless Jesse West can make a very quick move off this whistle, Josh Budke is going to get revenge for 3 losses.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No. They gave it.
He gave it. He got the turn.
They gave the takedown.
He got the reversal.
1 point. 1. No, 1. They're going into overtime.
He called it a reversal, and he didn't a takedown. One official called it a reversal. The other one talked it over with him, said it was not a reversal by the time the time ran out.
Here they go. Takedown wins it.
Okay, so we're still at it. Budke on the left in Cedar Falls against West of Iowa City.
Woo! Man, Doug.
Yeah. Sudden death. And look, Budke's in there.
Budke's in there.
Tough.
He's just got to hook the leg right here. He wants it pretty bad. He's got it hooked up.
As a cradle.
But well, West is going to get his arm slipped out. Whoa! Whoa, and here comes Budke back. Whoa!
West has the leg position.
He's still got the win.
Who wants it? What a great scramble for a state championship with 1:20 to go.
Wow. Budke trying to rock back here, see, and cover the hips. He's trying to rock back and cover the hips. If he could just he's trying to get that weight into himself. Here it comes. He's driving through. He's got both legs now. They're going to call a stalemate right here in just a few seconds, unless Budke can lift and turn. That's what he's trying to do.
Less than a minute to go in this overtime. That's West with the black in the uniform.
There's the stalemate.
And Budke of Cedar Falls, who has lost 3 times this year.
Both technically smart wrestlers right there. There's Jay Llewellyn, one of the assistant coaches at Cedar Falls, former wrestler for Cedar Falls High School. Again,
with
front headlock right there.
Here he comes.
Whoa, he's around.
And
he stuffed him. He got the 2.
West, and it's revenge for Cedar Falls.
For him.
And the state championship team gets its 2nd individual titleist. And another undefeated season drops
just like
away.
With Wilton when it's going good for a state championship team.
Josh Budke, a 3-time champion now. He had lost 3 times this year to the young man Jesse West from City High, who had come from Kansas, where he'd won 2 championships. He'd beaten Josh Budke twice.
3 times.
Three times, and Budke wins the 4th, and it's the big one for the state title. Let's go down for the championships at 119 for 1A.
Ripley of Riceville. 6th place, Andy Sadell, Coon Rapids, Bayard. 5th place, Will Buster, Wapello. 4th place, Joel Schultz, Montezuma. 3rd place, Tony Sweeting, Highland Riverside. Runner-up, Brad Scholes, Underwood. And the Class 1A 119-pound champion from Riceville, Ryan Friedrich.
And that was a big win he had, too.
Oh, man.
Overtime.
And that was revenge time for Friedrich there, who there's Lincoln McElravy and his wife Lisa talk about state champions. He only won 5 of them in South Dakota. Going to be a father here any time here in the next few weeks, and going to try to be a 3-time national champion.
Getting geared up for come back in the lineup for the Big Tens next week in Minneapolis. Here are the 2A winners at 119.
Columbus Junction, Columbus. 6th place, Jesse Zobek, Cresco Crestwood. 5th place, Greg Crookshank, Tama, South Tama County. 4th place, Ryan Mears, Carlisle. 3rd place, Kevin Bratman, Humboldt. Runner-up, Mark Juergens, Maquoketa. And the 2A 119-pound champion from Columbus Junction, Columbus, J.D. Pugh.
Attaboy, J.D. Champion 119 for the championship team, Columbus Junction. 1A, 2A, and 3A divisions. And he's the champion to the 2A. Here are the big schools at 119 pounds. Veterans Auditorium.
Presenting the Class 3A 119-pound awards, Coach Gene Doyle of Cedar Falls. 6th place, Mike Kirker, Dubuque Waller. 5th place, Tim Ironside, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. 4th place, Corey Morrison, Waterloo Columbus. 3rd place, Bill Fisher, Norwalk. Runner-up, David Brown, Lamar's. And the Class 3A 119-pound champion from Cedar Falls, Adam Eichhorn.
There's the guy.
Adam Eichhorn, the champion for the championship team. Let's go to Dean Board.
Luke Moffat of Esterville holds his team's record, the school record, for the most pins in the school's history. Well, he did it again tonight, but only with 6 seconds remaining in his match with Jeff Dirks of Anamosa, he pinned him by leveraging a half Nelson, and Luke Moffat of Esterville, unbeaten this year, is the champion at 125 pounds in AA. Dick?
Dean, in AAA competition tonight, I saw one of the best matches I think I've seen in many years here in Des Moines, as Jesse West of Iowa City High trailed throughout the match. He tied it in the last few seconds on a takedown. We go into overtime. Josh Budke of Cedar Falls gets the win, as you see there, over Jesse West. The first time he's beaten West in 4 tries this year, and what a time for it with Cedar Falls on fire and the winner in 3A competition. Doug.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're now going to go to 1:30. We switch to a different mat for our main event here, for our main match. We go to 2A now, and we'll put the 1As and the 3As up in the corner for the next 4 matches. AA at Veterans Auditorium, it's Brandon Livingood of Decorah, undefeated against Tyler McGinnis of Shenandoah for this championship. In the blue, you see Brandon Livingood of Decorah. He's undefeated there on the left. From the Shenandoah Mustangs on the right, that's Tyler McGinnis, 42-1, coached by Kent Jorgensen.
And only a freshman.
Is that right?
42-1, and only a freshman is Tyler McGinnis.
Looks pretty strong for a freshman. That's unusual.
Trying to be the second McGinnis to start a run at 4 titles here. Good name for a 4-time titleist, and you got to win it as a freshman to be it. And so Tyler trying it.
Now the other matches, we have a pin already going on close to it. AAA. This is Cedar Falls. Eric Sinclair trying to pin Dustin Breckenridge of Newton.
Trying to make it
Cedar
3 in a
Falls is
row.
rolling.
Boom.
They really roll, huh? And at the 1A division, there is the pin for Breckenridge from Sinclair to finish an undefeated season and 3 straight weights championships for Cedar Falls.
41 seconds, and that's an undefeated year. That's right, 41-second fall.
And at the 2A, at the 1A class, it's Matt Van Meter of Guthrie Center against undefeated Tim Corey of Bondurant Farrar. Boy, that was something. Well, we'll hear more about that a little bit later on, too, from our floor reports. But here at AA, it's Brandon Livingood on the left against Tyler McGinnis of Shenandoah on the right. We've gone through 1 minute and 15 seconds of the first period, 2-minute period, without a score.
Livingood's been trying to living good for the last year. He's had a sign in his bedroom, his coach said, that said state champion, and that's all he's had on his mind. He's had a real focus to win this state championship.
Livingood against McGinnis. Tyler McGinnis, coached by Kent Jorgensen. Roger Williams is the Decorah coach.
We were talking about only 1 takedown in the last match. Somebody had only had 1 takedown against him all year. Well, the same with Brandon Livingood. He's only had 1 time that he's been taken down all year.
He's the man in the blue when you got to look back out there again.
And that's his coach, Kent Jorgensen, looking on right there. That's Shenandoah, Tyler McGinnis's coach.
He has a single leg on the edge, but it's out of bounds without a score with only 4 seconds to go here in the first period. Nothing decided here in the first period. There it ends. We'll go to the 2-minute second period. Who gets the choice?
Green, it's your choice. Up, down, neutral, he defers.
Goes
Red,
to McGinnis. He says, I'll take the choice in the third period. Let Livingood go here. Livingood takes underneath.
No, I got to jump on green.
Top man, McGinnis moved too quickly. That is Brandon Livingood, undefeated, as we said.
A junior, And last year he came to the state tournament, but he didn't place. And this year, here he is in the finals.
He's out. That's the first point of the match. 1-0 for an escape for Living Good. Well, it's amazing. Tyler McGinnis just does not look physically like a freshman in high school, does he?
No, he doesn't. And probably one of the keys. Look, he's probably been wrestling a long time.
Living Good on the left, McGinnis on the right. The state team titles have been decided. Wilton had the 1A coming into the final round before it ever started.
There's McGinnis trying to drag him in. Look, he's working hard right there.
Good wizard though by Living Good. Overhook with the left arm. He stopped it. Minute and 15 to go in the second period. And a 1-0 lead for Living Good, who made the escape. Columbus, Living Good couldn't quite capture the free foot there, and so they go back into the referee's position and the tie-up.
Living Good is coached by Roger Williams. Decorah, there he is on the far side. That's Roger Williams, his coach, who's coached such people. Lee Fullhart, who's state champion, his brother Bob Fullhart, and these are the kind of young men that people like Brandon Living Good look up to and want to join as a state champion.
Columbus Junction is the 2A champion, and tonight, you know, we were talking about how Cedar Rapids Prairie had a chance if Cedar Falls should happen to lose all three of those matches, and they were not favored to win two, and they won all three instead. Boy, that's a great way to go for Cedar Falls. They were impressive. You just have to admit, they went 3 in a row, 3 weights in a row, and boom, boom, boom.
Big congratulations to Coach Gene Doyle and his staff. They've done a great job there at Cedar Falls.
Living Good in the blue.
You got action right here. Warning green. We got 1 point red. Warning on green. Gotta get the action red.
A warning against McGinnis was given earlier, and now it's a penalty against him. So that's 1 point for Living Good. Makes it 2-0.
There's Roger Williams doing a little encouraging to Brandon Living Good.
Third period, McGinnis starts under. Those are the 2A championship standings. Runaway win for Columbus Junction. Clarinda started out well and then had disaster hit.
But then they clawed their way back in for that silver trophy.
A minute 52 to go here in the third period at the AA 130-pound level. Brandon Living Good leads 2-0. He's in the top position.
Caution on green. The second caution, bottom.
Second caution against McGinnis. Living Good on top, leads 2-0. Now 2-1. That's the first point.
Both up right now.
Two to 1 in favor of the man in blue.
Living Good staying right in the center of the mat, but it's up to McGinnis to force the action right here, and forces it a little bit too much. He's able to come around.
He's able to stay with him.
Living Good had good position there, but again, like you said, a lot of presence, a lot of mat savvy for a freshman. Tyler McGinnis.
Nice shot here though by Living Good this time. Right on the edge. Can he score? He does. It's a takedown. That's the first takedown of the match.
To make it 4-1.
4-1 for Brandon Living Good.
Here he is on the single, head to the outside, cuts off right there. That's the key. It cut off right there. He gets the 2 points.
And I'll have to make him feel a lot better because that's the first takedown. We have a minute to go in the match. And now Living Good riding hard on the top.
He's got McGinnis flattened out there. Now McGinnis gets back to his base, comes up, gets a little wrist control, and yet Living Good is able to stay down on the leg, and so he's able to adjust and keep the control over McGinnis.
Again, it's amazing. This Tyler McGinnis in the down position here. He just physically, he doesn't look like a high school freshman at all. He's down now. If he gets a takedown, he can tie it up with 35 seconds to go. Living Good of Decorah 4, McGinnis 2. And McGinnis has nothing to lose here with 25 seconds to go. He likes to go underneath, and Living Good has been blocking him off in there.
And we had the winner in 1A. It was Bondurant Farrar's Tim Corey over Matt Van Meter from Guthrie Center.
To finish an undefeated season for Corey.
Here's a whizzer, an inside trip action, but Living Good's able to take that leg away. They go off the mat.
Well, the sign on the wall in Living Good's bedroom told the truth.
That's right.
State champion.
He can keep it up there and put his name under it.
Brandon Living Good of Decorah finishes an undefeated season, 39-0. But I have suspicion that Tyler McGinnis is going to be back.
That's right.
As a freshman, he's tough. Shenandoah. Well, we're going to give the awards now at 125 pounds after we see what.
Look at this coach reaction there. Here we go, Roger Williams, head coach right there.
Sixth
He says,
place,
yes,
Bill
sir.
Brown,
Yes, sir.
Greenfield, Nottoway Valley. Fifth place, Kurt Gemberling, Sloan Westwood. Fourth place, Matt Byers, Mobile, Woodbury Central. Third place, Tom Fitzer, Wilton. Runner-up, Eric Wallace, Logan Magnolia. And the Class 1A 125-pound champion from Oakland Riverside, Kyle Canoyer.
Congratulations, Kyle. Joins the Canoyer families of state champions. He two-time state champion from Oakland Riverside. That's at the 1A level. We'll have the 2As come up next. Our next wrestling will be at 135 pounds. Again, it'll be the 2As. And this is the 2A top 6 at 125 coming up on the stand.
Class 2A 125-pound awards, Coach Bob Kenny of Esterville. Sixth place, Mark Paschal, Osceola Clark. Fifth place, Nate Dow, Algona. Fourth place, Garrett Kurth, Walk On. Third place, Andy Thompson, Clear Lake. Runner-up, Jeff Dirks, Anamosa. And the Class 2A 125-pound champion from Esterville, Luke Moffett.
Big win for Luke and a big year. A big year of the state champion from Esterville. On Iowa Public Television's coverage of the 1997 state wrestling tournament live from Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines. Here come the 3A winners up. Tell the Cedar Falls people are right behind the stand.
125-pound awards. Assistant coach Ken Gallagher of Cedar Falls.
One of the many.
Sixth place, Chris Keller, Indianola. Fifth place, Joe Mason, Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln. Fourth place, John Anderson, Oskaloosa. Third place, Kentrall Galloway, Waterloo East. Runner-up, Jesse West, Iowa City, City High. And the Class 3A 125-pound champion from Cedar Falls, Josh Butke.
3 in a row. Up to 125. Josh Butke wins, and his team wins too. Let's go for a floor report.
Well, Doug, Tim Corey of Bondurant Farrar came into this championship meet tonight unbeaten. He stays that way. He decisioned Matt Van Meter of Guthrie Center 12-5. Corey piled up 8 points in the first period and then dominated the match, and he is the champion in single A at 130 pounds. Dick?
All right, Dean, in 3A competition, Cedar Falls caught fire early this evening, and it's maintained that pressure. Eric Sinclair, right here, has pinned his opponent, Dustin Breckenridge of Newton, with the unlikely time of 41 seconds. Your state champion, Dustin Breckenridge, beaten by Eric Sinclair of Cedar Falls. Right now, we have the winning coach and a 3-time state champion from Cedar Falls, Josh Butke. Josh, what went through your mind in that match? You hadn't beaten this kid before.
Oh, it's always been close, and just try to get one this time. So.
What was your final move?
Well, I brought him down in the front headlock and spun around for the 2. So.
Coach, can they get any closer than this?
Well, not really. It was a perfect ending for a great 3-year or 4-year career for Josh. He's been a 4-time state place winner, a 3-time state champion, and nobody deserved it more. He had a great effort in the overtime, and just good courage and good effort won it for him.
Gene Doyle, the coach of the champion 3A Cedar Falls Tigers. Doug?
Well, they had a terrific run there. 3 matches in a row. Now we're going to go to 135, the double-A match between Rob Hoback of Columbus Junction and Frank Marchant of Humboldt.
It's going to be a good match.
Yes, it is.
A couple of talented wrestlers right here. Marchant, he is tough, man.
And that was Marchant who got the takedown. He's undefeated, 31-0. And there he is. Oh, look, he's got the half Nelson there. Boy,
Hoback's only a junior. And Marchant is a senior.
The other matches that we have in the 1A division, Nate Trees, undefeated from Green, wrestles Matt Nason of State Center of West Marshall. And we have that up there in the top. In the 3A division, it's Toronto Harris of Cedar Rapids Jefferson against undefeated Raymond Luna of Mason City in the big class, Triple A's. We'll keep our eye on those. You can see them as they go, although we won't be making as many comments about them as we do about the match in the center between Hoback and Frank Marchant at this point in their rotation system. The man with the red anklet, that separates them as on the scoreboard. You know, when you see something red and something green on the scoreboard, they're separated by, they're designated by what they have on around the ankle. Score is 2-1 in favor of Marchant of Humboldt, who has his back to you. Double leg shot by Hoback is a little bit short. Cut off by Marchant, who kept good hip position.
Marchant's just hard-nosed. I mean, you can tell. He just gets in your face right there, and he's just a hard-nosed, come-at-you wrestler.
Working for an outside single. Here he comes again with that outside single. He's reaching to the outside of his opponent's left leg. Twice it has not worked. The first time he tried it did for a takedown. Now Hoback has seen that move a couple of times. And he had the front headlock. The official, Tim Byer of Greenfield, calls him back out of there and says, stalemate, let's go to work again in the middle. With how much time? About a half a minute to go. In the first period, the man on the right has the 2-1 lead. Here comes Hoback in with a nice single leg shot, and he got the takedown, so he takes the lead.
And he's a good takedown. He likes to be on his feet, Hoback does.
Well done, but there's the tough guy. There's Marchant in under quick. Duck under, body lock, and he now has taken the lead back 4-3, 5-3.
And if you're wrestling Marchant, what you got to do is not allow the big move to happen. If he gets taken down, you've got to be coming back up fast. Right here, Hoback right here gets a single leg, covers it for 2.
Technically very well done.
Right down.
Here's the takedown.
Little duck under action right here for Marchant. 2 points for him. Right back at you.
5-3 in favor of Marchant. We go to the second period. It's 2 minutes long. First period over. 3 2-minute periods, of course. On the move.
That's what he had to be quick there, and he got up and he did a good job of getting his hips under him and hand control and out. Rob Hoback gets 1 more point to come within 1.
Well, let's see how they go here on the feet. That's Marchant from Humboldt on the right. Again, there's Hoback in on Marchant's right leg. And this time he couldn't hold it. Out of bounds with about a minute and a half to go.
There's Bill Plain, the head coach, and his assistant coach, John Siegel. They've been a duo at many places, Morning Sun, Wapello, and Columbus Junction, and they must be doing something right. They just meshed, Coach Plain said, and they've worked some
nice shot
things.
by Hoback again on that leg, but this time Marchant is able to shrug it off.
Ready?
With about a minute 20 to go. Duck under again.
Look at that duck right there by Marchant. He just keeps coming at you.
And he got the takedown there. He likes to go all the way in with that body lock if he can get it.
And he gets right, that's right. He gets right after it. And look, he's got the wrist locked up right there. Coming in, trying to just really put the hurt on Hoback. Hoback's got to use his quickness. Here as he takes him down for the 2 points.
7-4. That puts him up by 3 with a minute to go in the second period. At 2A, 135 pounds in the High School Wrestling Championships live from Veterans Auditorium. Nicely done by Hoback. Did he get the point? Yes, it is neutral. Official says it's an escape. That makes it 7-5 with less than a minute to go in the second period. Here again is Marchand countering. He's strong that way, and he just got another takedown, puts himself up by 4, 9-5.
We're in the third period in the other two matches, and in single A. In single A, it's 10-5 in favor of Nate Trees from Green, undefeated Nate Trees over Matt Nason from State Center, West Marshall, with only a minute left in the third period, and with a minute 20 left in the third period in 3A. The score is 4-2. Raymond Luna
just got a takedown to take a 4-2 lead there.
And he's over
to Ronald Harris.
And Cedar Rapids Jeff.
Mason City's Luna is undefeated in 35. Well, there's a timeout here for an injury. We're going to the match at 1A between Nate Trees and Matt Nason. Trees is the man in green. He's leading by a score of 11-5 with 45 seconds to go.
41 seconds. 41 seconds.
Here we are.
11-5.
Trees, the son of Doug Trees, who was a state champion out of Green a long time ago.
Now we're going to go back to the 2A where we started. Rob Hoback of Columbus Junction against Frank Marchant. And Marchant leads by 4, 9-5. He started on top, but Hoback managed to get to his feet, turn in, and get the escape. So it's neutral, a 3-point lead for the man on the right. Marchant. Hoback makes good use of his length, and that's one of the ways he does it.
Right? He's in, but he's stepping out of bounds. Whoa, he was able to come back in. No takedown.
9-6 with 21 seconds to go in the second period.
Winner up there in 1A is Nate Trees from Green High School. Hoback looking in there. He's looking for a trip. Marchant just too strong, too wide.
Very stable, very stable. Undefeated for Humboldt this year. But Hoback is a good technician on his feet. You've seen him work the single leg. Now this time Marchant has another injury timeout.
We've got Toronto 5-4, Cedar Rapids Jefferson.
Now leads
over Raymond Luna. Actually, it's over. And he wins it. Cedar Rapids Jefferson, coached by Dick Briggs, has a state champion.
How about that? To Ronald Harris of Cedar Rapids Jefferson, who had wrestled only 11
matches,
including the state tournament matches. And he comes in and wins 10-1, and he's going to do a backflip, and we'll maybe get a chance to see that later on. He's celebrating by doing backflips across the mat.
Boy, you heard the crowd right there, and here it is, right here.
This is what
There's
you do
Dick
when you
Briggs,
win.
and whoa. Maybe the reason he had 11 was he's competing on the gymnastics team.
It could very well be. Doesn't need a trampoline, obviously. Here we go with a 9-6 score with the man on the bottom. And Hoback gave up his 10th point because he feels he has to do something on his feet with about 2 minutes to go here in this match. Marchant of Humboldt on the left. Leads by 4. Again, Hoback with the underhook stopped him for a second, and Marchant was not able to score because it was out of bounds.
Marchant's done a good job of keeping good position, keeping in front of Hoback and not letting him find the angles. Hoback's not going to be able to horse Marchant over, or hasn't been able to so far, and you can see why.
He slicked him a couple of times, but it's 10-6. There is Marchant. That's the first time we've seen him go in on the high crotch or the fireman's carry.
Good hip action by Hoback right there. Time running out a little bit. About a minute, 15 seconds left. Hoback down by 4 points.
10-6 in favor of the man who is adjusting his headgear.
There's Ron Wasaba from Humboldt, the head coach, looking on, encouraging Marchant, his student athlete there that is looking good right now.
4-point lead. There's that duck under again.
Wow.
So about the third time. He doesn't have the takedown yet. He has to take him to the mat.
Yeah, he didn't.
And he didn't get it done.
No, he did.
He did get it done.
Did. Yep, 2 and 1.
Well, okay, 12-7 after the escape. So it's a 5-point lead now for Marchant. He's got a really nice duck.
He's just all-around good wrestler. Gets after you.
He's undefeated in 31 goes this year.
He's the kind of guy that does whatever it takes. You know, Marchant's got that nice duck. He's had a couple of nice shots in there. He's been able to get away when he needed to. There's Bill Plain, Columbus Junction's coach of the state champion Wildcats.
Half a minute to go. Long shot.
Pull back in on the leg. He needs to finish something right here, and he does. He gets
nice
the 2 points.
Takedown. He's a good technician. There's no doubt about it. But he's got a ways to go here. He has a 3-point lead.
He's got to let him go, and he's going to have to get some kind of big move. He's going to have to get a 4-point move to even tie it.
He's going to let him go. 20 seconds to go, and
knows what he has to do, and over and under. He's got to get some. Got to work it up now. He's got to work it up. He's got the 2.
Again.
2.
Boy, he almost.
They're off. And now he's got to let him up and take him down again.
On the edge of the mat, he almost had Marchant out of position on his back.
Whoa, here we go.
8 seconds to go. Got to let him go. Makes it 14-11. And it'll end right here.
Too little, too late.
State
good
championship for Marchant.
Marchant is a good wrestler there. State championship and good effort by Hoback.
Hands, guys. Nice match.
Hoback will be back next year. Marchant, a senior, wins the state championship.
Undefeated. Here are awards now for 1A at 120, at 130.
City Newman. 5th place, Chad Eberhardt, Dyke, New Hartford. 4th place, Josh Cole, Mobile, Woodbury Central. 3rd place, Jeremy Folk, New London. Runner-up, Matt Van Meter, Guthrie Center. And the Class 1A 130-pound champion from Bondurant Farrar, Tim Corey.
An undefeated season for Tim Corey, too, by the way. Nice to go through a year spotless, and then he managed to do it. Now coming up on the stand for 130 pounds, the 2A division, middle-sized school.
2A 130-pound awards, Coach Roger Williams of Decorah. 6th place, John Garvin, Davenport Assumption. 5th place, Barry Thiede, Rhinebeck, Ladbroke. 4th place, Corey Beckman, New Hampton. 3rd place, Joel Baker, Mediapolis. Runner-up, Tyler McGinnis, Shenandoah. And the Class 2A 130-pound champion from Decorah, Brandon Livingood.
Brandon Livingood had a tough match with a very strong freshman opponent, but managed to win his championship for Decorah. That's the 2As. And next come the 130-pound top 6 in the big schools, 3As. Next wrestling we'll have coming up will be at 140 pounds. Looking ahead. Some good ones here, too, as we have lots of good wrestling left.
3A 130-pound awards, Coach Gene Doyle of Cedar Falls. 6th place, Corey Tarshinsky, Davenport West. 5th place, Gavin Martin, Ames. 4th place, Kevin Hessel, Pleasant Valley. 3rd place, Jim Wang, Urbandale. Runner-up, Dustin Breckenridge, Newton. And the Class 3A 130-pound champion from Cedar Falls, Eric Sinclair.
State championship team, and he won it with a pin. Let's go to Dean Borg.
3rd time at state for Nate Trees of Green, proved to be the charm. He's the state champion at 135 pounds in single A. He had a takedown and 2 near falls that netted him 8 points in the first period. He won on to decision Matt Nelson of State Center, 13-5. Dick?
Again in 3A competition, Ronald Harris of Cedar Rapids Jefferson became their first state champion of this year as he defeated Raymond Luna of Mason City 5-4, though he only led in the last 30 seconds of the match. And right now we have the coach of the winning Columbus Junction team, Bill Plain, with us. Bill, quite a year, and you got a big thing going down at Columbus Junction.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough. We've got a great group of kids to work with, a solid foundation of young kids, a great coaching staff, and good parental support. And we're just real happy with the way things are going.
And tonight you've had quite success, right?
Yeah, we lost an early match at 112, and then with J.D. Pugh won his first state championship, and got one more left in the finals at 189.
All right, Bill, thanks much, and good luck to you down at Columbus Junction in the future.
Thank you.
Back to you, Doug.
That's the way it looks now on the scoreboard. Columbus Junction has it wrapped up, had it wrapped up coming into the night, and now we go to 140 pounds, and we're staying with the 2As here. It's Matt Anderson of Shenandoah against Casey Gwynn of Sheraton.
Take it center, man.
Shenandoah and Sheraton from Southern Iowa. Matt Anderson against Casey Gwynn in the 2A division. Each man has lost just once this year in more than 40 matches. And you see the man in red is the one who's wearing the green anklet. That's Casey Gwynn of Sheraton.
He's a fast starter. He really gets after it real fast, and he can lock up cradles. He does a lot of things. He has good. Look at that. He's cranking that half there. And I'll tell you what, you've got to shake that off and stay with Casey Gwynn, or he'll get after you and do a lot of things to you fast.
You know, we were talking about coaches and coaches' sons. Well, up on the 1A mat, you see two young men who are being coached by their fathers. Ben Shirk of Wilton, undefeated in 45, coached by Steve Shirk, and Jake Munger, 35-0, undefeated against his father is Larry Munger, former state champion too. And boy, I'll tell you, that's. We were talking with Larry Munger. It's tougher to be getting ready to coach your son than to go into the match yourself when you was back in those old days of Algona. And at the AAA division, it's Brandon Duncan of Pleasant Valley against Jake Emmerich of Pella at 140 pounds.
Action, let's improve.
Here at 2A, it's a 2-0 lead now for Casey Gwynn. He still has the position of advantage, but it's a pretty good scramble here right now.
Anderson trying to pull in the leg and get himself back into position, get his hips underneath him, and whoa, and he does. He able to get over, and he gets a reversal.
Yeah. 2-2. 2-2 with about 20 seconds to go in the first period at 140 pounds for the 2As.
Little roll action coming out there for Casey Gwynn, but not quite able to complete it, so Anderson's still in control in the 2-2 match as the time runs out in the first period.
End of the first period, 2-2 between Anderson of Shenandoah and Gwynn of Sheraton.
Red, you deferred. Red deferred.
Right here, as Anderson rolls through, he just kind of gets his hips on top of Gwynn's hips and is able to come around and break the leg lock there by Gwynn and get the 2 points.
So going down into the bottom position here is Casey Gwynn. It's 2-2. Classic single leg position as they get back to their feet again, but of course Anderson has the position of advantage. Bring him back to the center. The referee is Del Hughes from Sioux City. Anderson of Shenandoah goes on top. Gwynn, tripods up. He'd like to stand.
Anderson working through, comes back and stays on the single leg, keeps control right there. Gwynn needs to move out right here, get his hips underneath him, and come up with the hips and get good hand control if he's going to want to get out. Now he does a little sit, but he's catching his hips down again, and it's a good ride by Anderson right now.
But Anderson is trailing by a point. Puts his head in there. Head lever. 2-2 is it? Correct myself. Yep, 2-2.
Good tough ride here by Anderson. He's keeping a lot of pressure. He's going from side to side. He floats with him, stays behind the arms. He's doing a real good job. Now I see him working the inside near wrist right here, kind of taking some of the starch out of Casey Gwynn right there. He started fast, but he's kind of slowed down a little bit. That's to the credit of Anderson.
With about 40 seconds to go in the period, second period, at 140 pounds. Part of the big event known as the Iowa High School Wrestling Championships tonight on Iowa Public Television. Tim Johnson and I'm Doug Brown, Dean Borg, Dick Trotter, and a huge crew obviously to take care of all these mats and cameras necessary. Graphics and information. It's quite an event. Anderson doing a good job here. He's still riding after a minute and a half of this period.
And he drops back down to that double leg to finish it out. Comes right into the near rest. Has a nice tight waist right there. Doing all the right things as he rides.
Be aggressive, Top.
2-2 is the score.
Look the score, guys. There, Top.
And again, Anderson is able to keep control. There's a turn in by Gwynn that was a new move for him. And with 7 seconds left, he does not.
We're out, fellas. Center. And 2 seconds.
He has the take. He has the escape. So it's 3-2 now in favor of Gwynn. The man on your left in the red uniform, red singlet. So now we have one period to go to settle this at 140 pounds, the 2A division championship match in the 97 wrestling tournament. Man on the right leads by 1.
Three to 2, favor of Casey Gwynn. Got that takedown real fast right in that first period. A winner, Ben Shirk, winning his second state championship. He won as a freshman and had to wait till his senior year. Won 10-2 over Jake Munger there in the 1A. You see as Ben Shirk gets his hand raised and gives his dad a great birthday present.
Yeah, a big night for Wilton. Boy, they have looked really strong. Score here is 3-2. In favor of the man in red. Here comes Anderson in on a single leg.
Single, cuts off, gets a double. Gets the takedown.
Scores and takes the lead 4-3. Now with a minute to go, it's Anderson of Shenandoah leading by 1. And in a good position there on top of it. He's locked up the cradle. Well, TJ, he's got the cradle now. Let's see if he can do anything with it. The referee will tell you if he's getting back points.
No, he doesn't have it yet. There
he does now.
He's counting.
Oh, look at this one.
Looking good for Anderson.
He'd like to finish it right here if he could. He has 40 seconds to go. Matt Anderson of Shenandoah.
And if he doesn't, he should just ride right there. You know, that's a good riding position when you're ahead and you got the 30 seconds to go in a state championship. He doesn't want to let go of that cradle, no matter what.
He wants to keep it. Wants to break that arm position there on the opposite side and force him through.
Looks like
here he comes again. He just lost the cradle, but he still has a man on his back.
He's got the 3, takes a 4-point lead up there in 3A with only 20 seconds left. The leader is Jake Emmerich from Pella.
He could get
over
more back
Brandon
points here.
Duncan.
Wasn't able to keep it. The score.
Nope.
As it wraps up, that was a big move by Matt Anderson of Shenandoah to win a state championship at the AA division, 140 pounds.
And just as I said, Pella was ahead. Brandon Duncan gives his dad a state championship. There they go. Oh my, you see that big jump there? There's Royce Duncan with the first of his sons winning with a reversal in the last few seconds.
6-5, that's in the AAA division.
And there is Matt Anderson's coach, Kent Jorgensen, reacting and saying, "Attaboy, attaboy, Matt." And there he is, the state champion, 43-1, Shenandoah.
Tough match with Casey Gwynn. Well, now we're going to go down to the award stand at 135 pounds, 1A.
Sixth place, Jeremy Hagerman, Central City. Fifth place, Jeremiah Mullins, Aurelia. Fourth place, Billy Four, Wapello. Third place, Coleman Bell, Mason City Newman. Runner-up, Matt Nason, State Center, West Marshall. And the Class 1A 135-pound champion from Green, Nate Treese.
Way to go, Nate. 135-pound champion of the smaller schools, the 1As. Here come the 2As now. Top 6.
Presenting the Class 2A 135-pound awards, Coach Ron Wasaba of Humboldt. Sixth place, Colin Wyken, Waukon. Fifth place, Mike Ferdy, Webster City. Fourth place, Jason Weber, Independence. Third place, Ben Scorpel, West Liberty. Runner-up, Rob Hoback, Columbus Junction, Columbus. And the Class 2A 135-pound champion from Humboldt, Frank Marchant.
Congratulations, Frank. He's a tough young man. The coach, as you notice, the winner always gets to hand out the awards, and it's a big thrill for him, too, along the way. Those are the 2A champions at 140 pounds. Recognize the people there.
We've got Tom Brands looking right at us in the green, and Jim Zaleski looking at us.
Cedar Rapids, Jefferson.
135, 3A.
Sixth place, Nick Uloa, Davenport North. Fifth place, Travis Pollock, Fort Dodge. Fourth place, Eric Betcher, Indianola. Third place, Eric Weber, Dubuque Senior. Runner-up, Raymond Luna, Mason City. And the Class 3A 135-pound champion from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, for Ronald Harris.
Only his 12th match of the year. A lot of talent there. He won it in the last few seconds. Let's go to Dick Trotter for a floor report.
In 3A competition, Brandon Duncan, one of two sons in the finals under Coach Royce Duncan of Pleasant Valley, defeated his opponent tonight, Jake Emmerich of Pella, in an exciting match, 6-5, when it was all over. Duncan the winner. Now let's go to Dean Board.
Unusual match here at 140 pounds in single aid. We had two coaches coaching their sons. Ben Shirk, coached by Steve Shirk of Wilton, and Jake Munger, coached by Larry Munger, and they're from Maynard West Central. The winner was Ben Shirk, 10-2, and I have his dad right here and his coach. You started him out pretty early, I'll bet.
Yeah, one of the other young men on our team, Kyle Hansen, our 160-pounder, came over. We babysat for him. My wife babysat for him when he was 6 months old, and I had him down on the floor doing sit out and turn in when they were young, and had him doing takedowns as soon as they could walk.
Well, he showed it here tonight with the state championship and lifted you off the floor when he came off the mat.
Oh, yeah.
What's your coaching philosophy as far as discipline?
Well, we work on the same thing as other teams do, but one thing that we really stress is things like pride and class, things that give us the edge, I think, to help us win.
And congratulations on that state championship.
Thank you.
Doug?
And it's a good lift there. That's about a 9.4.
Congratulations.
Well, we're going to 145 pounds. We're still with the 2A class, and what you're going to see right now is a match between Tim Mathis of Davenport Assumption. He's the man on the left with the red uniform, and on the right, Bobby Goncharovsky of Washington, Iowa, who is undefeated. He's a state champion from last year at a lower weight.
The thing about Tim Mathis, Doug, that's very inspirational. He's deaf, been deaf since birth, and here he is in the finals and overcoming the communication barrier and going for a state championship.
At 1A, going for his third championship, is Jimmy Rogers of Oakland Riverside. His opponent is Tyler Nix of Green, Iowa, so we'll be keeping our eyes on that one up there too. And in AAA is Joe Hargrave of Spencer, undefeated, against Drew Kelly of Charles City. So keep your eye on those if you have a favorite wrestler that you want to watch up there. And we'll spend most of our commentary time on the main match here between Tim Mathis of Davenport Assumption, who now trails 2-0 against Bobby Goncharowski. Goncharowski is an experienced champion wrestler. He's had 39 matches this year without a loss. And while we're waiting for this injury timeout to be completed, we'll go to the 1A match between Jimmy Rogers and Tyler Nix. Jimmy Rogers going for his third championship. He's the man who is in the position on top with a 2-0 lead.
Over a young man, Tyler Nix from Green, Green's second finalist after having a state champion, Nate Trees.
145-pound weight class. And just a few seconds left here.
Jimmy Rogers was 6th as a freshman and has won it the last 2 years, going for his 3rd. And he recovered from an elbow injury earlier this year, and his style has kind of changed since then. He's had to adjust.
When they get some patching work done on Tim Mathis at the 2A, we'll go back to that 2A match between Mathis and Goncharowski. This is Jimmy Rogers with a 2-0 lead over Tyler Nix starting the second period. At 1A. In the 2A division, 3A division, they've finished one period, and the leader there is Joe Hargrave of Spencer over Drew Kelly of Charles City by 4-1. And they're starting the second period. So we've had 2 injury timeouts here in 1A and 2A.
That's
so
why we've got 3 matches in case these things happen.
That's right.
You know, and here
very
we go.
nice of them to supply us with an extra in case we miss one. We'll go to that 3A match
There
right
it
now
is, right
between
there.
Joe Hargrave and Drew Kelly. The man in the black is Drew Kelly of Charles City, and he leads 3-0.
Over an undefeated wrestler from Spencer, Joe Hargrave.
It's Northeast Iowa against Northwest Iowa here. My own.
Hey,
We've never done this before, have we? In 25 years,
yeah.
I remember. 3 injury timeouts.
Well, we're going to get one started on 1A with Jimmy Rogers saying, "Oh, it's time for me to get back to work." And he takes a little sit out and turn in, but here we are right here.
There we are.
The Green wrestler, Tyler Nix, is able to stay on top and beat the first quick move by Jimmy Rogers. Rogers is ahead 4-1, trying for his 3rd state title.
Official Richard Gray says that we have to start it back up again. Now all 3 matches are going back at work, so we'll go back to our original one, which was Tim Mathis against Bobby Goncharowski at 2A. Davenport Assumption's Mathis on top, but trailing in the top position, but trailing 2-0.
Goncharowski is a very control-type wrestler. Low scoring usually. He has a lot of control, and you can see that he's a tight rider. Mathis, on the other hand, is a big-time scorer and would like to, he doesn't want to get into a control-type match right here, but that's what he's into, and right now Goncharowski's having his way. Up 2-0.
Right, I misspoke when I said that Mathis was in the top position. Of course, he's not. That's Goncharowski in the black, who got the takedown and has ridden ever since up to now something like 30 seconds left to go in the first period.
Go again, guys. Gotta stay on me here.
He was a state champion last year. Goncharowski.
39-0 this year, and has won 138 matches in his career. Placing 5th as a freshman, 5th as a sophomore, and then winning it all last year. He's had 75 consecutive victories, Bobby Goncharowski.
Boy, it's impressive. There's no doubt about it. And you can see how he's done it. He's very stable. He knows what he's doing on top. He feels comfortable in that position. Takes the man pretty much on his lap and controls him there. He was a champion last year at 140. He's up to 1 class in weight this year. Tim Mathis.
His coach said that, I said, did you do anything different coaching Tim, who is deaf? And he says, well, I was all ready to learned sign language when he came into the program, but he reads lips so well that Tim reads lips so well that he doesn't have to, so he forego that because Tim Mathis is an excellent lip reader, and he says we don't have many communication problems, but sometimes they happen. He had to make weight this morning because of communication problem and didn't make weight last night. So they've fought through that and have an excellent relationship, and he's only a junior, Mathis is.
We're in the second period now. Goncharowski started the second period underneath, and Mathis has been able to hold him here for 30 seconds or so. Goncharowski leads 2-0 with a first period takedown.
Go again. Let's go again.
Stalemate. Gene Lethrow will bring him back out again. Stand up quick by Goncharowski. Made the whizzer work and he comes out. So he's up by 3-0 now in favor of Goncharowski.
Go back, Bill, man.
On the edge of the mat.
There's Wade King, Davenport Assumption's coach.
And King made a good shot.
Well, King didn't shoot. He's still coaching over in the corner, but Tim Mathis
King's
did.
man, Tim Mathis did. And now Goncharowski has an injury timeout. He's wearing a guard on his left knee, and I'm not sure whether it was the knee that got bunged or what. This has been a injury-plagued class here tonight.
Shot, low single shot by Mathis, driving through, and right there, I think it might be the knee, saying, ah, that hurt. That hurt bad. But he's moving, and moving fast, so he's over it.
And no score involved there. Here's Goncharowski taking a low shot on the edge of the mat.
There's Tim Ball-Vans, the head coach at Washington, Bobby Goncharowski's head coach.
Shot from too far out by Mathis. Gets his position back. He trails by 3, the man on the left. Goncharowski of Washington. Right on the edge. The referee, Gene Luttrell, will send them back to the center again.
Go, guys. Just get active now, both of you.
Half a minute to go in the second period. A 3-0 lead for Goncharowski, a 145-pound championship match.
And this is right. Goncharowski, a 3-0 lead is a big lead for him because he keeps it tight. He likes to keep in good control, and they're always low-scoring matches. Not many points are scored against Goncharowski. And here he comes. Stuffs ahead, runs around, but Mathis is able to stop it right now.
Cut off to the double.
The cutoff really did it for Goncharowski, but again now he isn't able to hold it. And Mathis is able to go into the third period, still down 3-0.
Good defensive work by Mathis.
And
head off a takedown. So now he'll be underneath with a chance perhaps to escape or reverse and get back up on his feet where he would hope to be able to take Goncharowski down, which not very many people are able to do. Out of bounds with just 7 seconds gone in the period. We have 1:53 to go in the match. A 3-0 lead for Goncharowski, who is the man on top.
And in 3A, Kelly from Charles City won 11-0 over Joe Hargrave, giving Hargrave his first loss in a big way and a big win for Kelly from Charles City. And then Jimmy Rogers from
won his third,
Riverside High School. Okay, there's your 1 point.
Escape
for Mathis.
3-1.
So it's 3-1.
Goncharowski comes back to the middle. Mathis has not been able to get in a good takedown position on Goncharowski, but when you're only 2 points away, you're in the match. There's no doubt about that. With about 1.5 minutes to go. Live coverage from Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines of the 1997 Iowa High School Wrestling Championships. There's what Mathis had to do. He had to take a shot, but it was from quite a ways out, and he was lucky to get his position back there.
Another
Again,
shot right there. He's made a little shot there, but he's got to get the good defense. He's had pretty good defense. That one takedown is the difference.
Although Goncharowski has not done much but defense here in this
Well, there's
period.
Wade King, and right beside him, his assistant coach, is Tim Mathis' brother, Bill Mathis. So he's got a vested interest right here and getting pretty excited about his brother being close right here, but not on top yet.
A 3-point lead for Goncharowski, the man in black. Now he's in on the
Keep in the circle, guy. Ho, ho, ho.
attempted double leg.
Let's go. Hustle back, Green. Let's go.
There's Bill Mathis.
Less than a minute.
Injury time, you ready to go. Injury time.
Injury time for Goncharowski.
Injury time right there. You just kind of get the feeling right now that Tim Mathis is feeling good. He's got 52 seconds left, and Goncharowski is kind of hanging on right now. And so it'll be an interesting last 50 seconds.
Goncharowski 39-0 this year. And Tim Mathis of Davenport Assumption has lost 3 of his 40 matches this season. Goncharowski on the right, he's ahead by 2 with 45 seconds to go.
Mathis needs to make the best of this right now by getting a little more pressure on Goncharowski than he is. There's a couple of shots there. He needs to keep pushing.
Mathis and Goncharowski at 145 pounds, the 2A division. The other matches have been finished.
Yep, that was a good goal. And now he's in on a single. He needs to finish it off right here, right here. He's going to have one shot at it with only 20 seconds. He needs to come up.
He has to score this one.
He gets his leg in, almost. He needs to pull up right here. He needs to know where he's at.
If he can score, he can send it into overtime, but he has to get it in 5 seconds now.
3, 2, 1. Wins it. Goncharowski wins it. Couldn't do it.
Frustrating finish, but Mathis did get it on the leg and made Goncharowski work hard on defense to protect it, and Goncharowski wins his 2nd championship by a score of 3-1 at 145 pounds in the 2A division.
You get down to this match, and sometimes you might not wrestle as well as you want, or the score isn't right, but you're still a champion. You finished undefeated, and you haven't lost in 76 matches.
Here are the awards at 140 pounds now at the other end of the hall. 1A's first.
Of Wilton. 6th place, Matt McEnany, Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. 5th place, Jeff Evans, Oakland Riverside. 4th place, Drew Achenbach, North English Valleys. 3rd place, J.C. Large, State Center, West Marshall. Runner-up, Jake Munger, Maynard West Central. And the Class 1A 140-pound champion from Wilton, Ben Shirk.
Accepting congratulations from his father, who is his coach. Ben Shirk from a championship team. Columbus Junction. That's 1A. Now we're going to go to the 2A's. 140-pound top 6 at Veterans Auditorium.
Presenting Class 2A 140-pound awards, Coach Kent Jorgensen of Shenandoah. 6th place, Justin Stoshkoff, Decorah. 5th place, Eric Schmidt, Corinda. 4th place, Andy Bitshume, Humboldt. 3rd place, Ross Packbush, Milford, Okoboji. Runner-up, Casey Gwynn, Sheraton. And the Class 2A 140-pound champion from Shenandoah, Matt Anderson.
There you go, Matt. Take a couple of those bruises home as proof that he was in it, along with that medal. That's the 2A top 6. Now we're going to go to the 3A, the big schools, at 140 pounds in 1997 championship at Betts.
Presenting the Class 3A 140-pound awards, Coach Royce Duncan of Pleasant Valley. 6th place, Amin Islami, Waterloo West. Fifth place, Adam Harms, Urbandale. Fourth place, Bob Koenig, Spencer. Third place, Dayton Erickson, Cedar Falls. Runner-up, Jake Emmerich, Pella. And the Class 3A 140-pound champion from Pleasant Valley, Brandon Duncan.
First of two coaches' sons for the Duncan family there being wrestling tonight. Let's go to Dick Trotter.
Drew Kelly of Charles City, only a sophomore, defeats Joe Hargrave of Spencer 11-0 in their championship bout at 145 pounds. Now let's go to Dean Borg.
And I have Jimmy Rogers of Oakland Riverside with me. He's a three-time state champion. Just got off the mat after winning his third state championship here at 145 pounds in single A. Jimmy, you told us before the match that you had an elbow injury this year that forced you to change your style.
Yeah, I had an elbow injury at the Griswold Invitational, and it forced me to hit a lot of my lower shots and change my stance up so I couldn't use it for my upper body throws and stuff.
Did that hamper you at all tonight?
I hope to think it helped me. I didn't go for upper body, had a lot of low shots. That's what helped me through this tournament.
I noticed that your style tonight was to let your man up, take him down, let your man up, take him down.
Yeah, I mat wrestle when I need to, but other than that, I like to wrestle on my feet. It's where I'm best at and feel comfortable at.
And he decision, Tyler Nix of Green, 13-5. Tyler is a sophomore. He'll be back again, I'm sure. Thank you, Jimmy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Doug?
Thank you, Dean and Dick. With Tim Johnson, I'm Doug Brown here in Veterans Auditorium on Iowa Public Television's coverage, now going to 152 pounds. We're going up to the 3A weights now, 3A for all the way up to heavyweight. The big schools, Terry Parham of Glenwood, undefeated, goes against Brannon Hilton of Indianola here at 152 pounds. This is our main match here. And you see Terry Parham on defense here in the black there, because Brannon Hilton just made that shot on the leg. It's going to stop there, no takedown. Referee Richard Stillman of Emmitsburg calls him back to the feet, and away they go again. On the right, in the purple uniform, it's Brandon Hilton of Indianola. At 1A, we have Benji Silver of Central City against Andy Kiger of Audubon. And in the AA class, it's Che Wood of Sheraton against Travis Hauser of Grinnell. Those are the other two matches up in the corner.
We have a couple of guys locking up there, getting to know each other. And Glenwood wrestler on the left there, Terry Parham, drops down, but the Indianola wrestler, Brandon Hilton, stops him, front headlock. Hilton a senior, Parham a junior.
Parham has had a fine year. Man in black there.
Trying for his 99th win. Brandon Hilton has 109, trying for his 110th win. He's qualified twice as a freshman and a junior.
That's Hilton with the front headlock. Referee Richard Stillman says that's not going anywhere. Let's start over again. And he sets him up with 20 seconds to go in the 2-minute first period.
Use it.
No score.
Nope, they've been staying up, locking up, staying around each other's head, not taking a lot of risks in this first 2-minute period.
Just a few seconds left to go. And there's the end of the period. This is what the 3A team races come to. Cedar Falls. That's the 1A team standings just behind it there from Wilton with 121
Doubling
points.
up. Doubling
Isn't that
up.
amazing?
Tie right now with Wapello still having a wrestler in the finals.
Terry Parham in the black uniform. Gets hit with a single leg attempt by Brandon Hilton, but it's on the edge of the mat, out of bounds. Whoever, I didn't see who got the choice, Tim, did you? But whoever it was decided not to go underneath or start on top, but to wrestle on the feet.
Hilton, front headlock right here, looking to try to do a little head shuck, something that can get him around his opponent, Parham, and get the two, but it's not going to happen on the edge right there.
They have used a half a minute of this second period, 1:31 to go.
There's
and again,
Hilton, another shot right there, and Parham just kind of holding him off there with an underhook. Now there's a nice shot. Now he wants to look to turn the corner. See, he's turning it, but they went off the mat.
Yep, head outside single.
There's Wes Creason on the left. Wes, the head coach at Indianola, has done a real fine job. Always seems to have somebody in the finals.
Close matches too at 1A and 2A up in the corner there. But here at 3A, it's 1-0 in the second period in favor of Terry Parham, who got the escape at the beginning of this period. But again, this is where we've been quite often with Hilton in that front headlock position. He's not been able to use it to score, but Parham is not going to score much when he's in it. Only 45 seconds to go, 43 seconds to go in the second period here. Both men are warned for inactivity by Richard Stillman. I'd like to see a little more action out of him in this championship finale. .25 seconds to go, second period.
That's something we've had a lot of tonight so far. This is an unusual match right here because we've had a lot of action in a lot of ways, a lot of situations.
Use it. Let's use it.
Again, that not precisely the front headlock move.
Rich Stillman was a three-time state champion himself, the official on the mat for Emmetsburg. And there's the
those are the 3A standings. And Cedar Falls had a great final round. They had a great final round. They were favored in only what, 1 out of 3?
Right.
And they won all 3 of their matches. And
Charles City here trying to get their way all the way to second place with a win here.
Here is Parham now in on the single leg. That's the best chance he's had to score a takedown.
Right now, right now.
Charles City with 1 win would put themselves tied for second place.
Well, I should say this is the beginning of the period. It's not a takedown. He was holding on to his relative position. And it's now neutral, so it's 1-1. It's 1-1. Parham and Hilton.
Okay, let's go.
1A match is 2-0 in favor of Silver over Kiger in the second period. 2-2 at 2A between Wood and Hauser. And there is Hilton in on the leg of Terry Parham. It's the best shot he's had.
It in right there. They call a stalemate.
1-1 with 1 minute and 11 seconds to go. Injury timeout for Hilton.
We've got some action going on here.
Over on the 2A mat, it's a near fall position for Che Wood of Sheraton. He has Hauser of Grinnell on his back. And he
pins him. Che Wood of Sheraton gives Todd Wolverton, the coach, a championship right there, and pin Travis Hauser of Grinnell.
And that's a big win for Che Wood of Sheraton. With 1 minute and 11 seconds to go, we're back at just about ready to go back to work here on the AAA mat now between Terry Parham of Glenwood and Brandon Hilton of Indianola. 1-1 with 1 minute left to go. That's Hilton in Indianola's blue, purple there. And Terry Parham in the black of Glenwood, Bob Dyer's team. Parham has been undefeated this year.
There's Parham in,
yes, that's Parham.
Parham in on the single, and he just needs to get his hips underneath and make the turn right here. Can't sit, though, can't sit. He could have Hilton in some problems, and he does. Oh, he just didn't turn fast enough. He may give Hilton a way out of it right now. If
30 seconds to go.
Whoa. He's got
and he got it. With 20 seconds to go, it's a takedown. The first one of the match. A 3-1 lead now for Parham. Goes to the crossface on top. Riding very well. He's looking strong to just carry this one right out to the end.
Yep, he's got the leg hooked right there. All he has to do is he's got a championship. He moves Charles City right up there into second place.
Good match, son. Good match, son.
Glenwood's Terry Parham.
Glenwood. Oh, I was really wondering what about that. I misspoke on that.
But Terry Parham had to go to the end to get that takedown. It was a tough match. They each had an escape, but Parham.
Bob Dyer,
Coach, undefeated season.
There's Coach Bob Dyer. Misspoke on that. Undefeated for Terry Parham, for Bob Dyer, and Glenwood gets the championship.
This is what happened.
There's Bob Dyer right there. Just because his uniform looks like Charles City doesn't mean it's Charles City. Glenwood gets a championship, and Bob Dyer done a nice job at Glenwood.
39-0. Well, let's see. The 1A match at 152 is still going between Benji Silver of Central City and Andy Kiger of Audubon. It's 6-0 in favor of Silver with just 19 seconds to go, and Silver is riding on top. He's in the black uniform here, and it's been his match from the start. 15, 16 seconds left to go. Benji Silver, coached by Jeff Struck. Andy Kiger, coached by Jason Lang. The referee is Doug Manley from Akron. Referee's position, 152 pounds. Whistle, tight waist in the near arm. Boom, Silver controls him again. Real deep waist. And he's gonna pitch a shutout here against Andy Kiger. He did. 6-0 in favor of Benji Silver of Central City.
No better feeling at the time on Saturday night than to get your hand raised as a state champion.
That's
there
right.
it is, and he's feeling it.
Eastern Iowa town. Benji Silver, Central City. So we're through at 152 pounds. And we're going to go to the award stand for the 145-pound ceremonies.
Presenting the Class 1A 145-pound awards, Coach Mitch Anderson of Oakland Riverside. 6th place, Chad Niemeyer, Holstein Galva Holstein. 5th place, Brent Sweeting, Highland Riverside. 4th place, Dustin Destival, Wapsie Valley Fairbank. 3rd place, Matt Sterling, Clarksville. Runner-up, Tyler Nix, Green. And the Class 1A 145-pound champion from Oakland Riverside, Jimmy Rogers.
For the 3rd time, Jimmy Rogers wins a championship, a 3-time state champion. Goes up among the honored triplers in Iowa wrestling history. Now we'll go to the 2As. We're at 145 pounds awards.
Presenting the Class 2A 145-pound awards, Assistant Coach Kurt Pasha of Washington. 6th place, Zach Mulder, Perry. 5th place, Jake Jackson, Shenandoah. 4th place, Gary Frank, Van Horn Benton Community. 3rd place, Ben Lawrence, Carlisle. Runner-up, Tim Mathis, Davenport Assumption. And the Class 2A 145-pound champion from Washington, Bob Goncharowski.
2-time champion, last year at 140 pounds, this year at 145. That's the 2A division. We'll be going up to the 160-pound class next. Watching Mitch Payton wrestle Andy Harrison. We'll be telling you about that after the 3A awards now at 150.
Of Charles City.
145.
6th place, Jason Seymour, Bettendorf. 5th place, Nate Emsick, Lewis Central Council Bluffs. 4th place, Jim Martin, Ames. 3rd place, Clint Madison, Glenwood. Runner-up, Joe Hargrave, Spencer. And the Class 3A 145-pound champion from Charles City, Drew Kelly.
Congratulations, Drew. Dean Borg, talk to me.
Benji Silver of Central City was third at state meet here last year. He came back this year. He's a junior. He scored 2 points in each period and decisioned Andy Kiger of Audubon 6-0. Dick?
All right, in 2A competition, Dean, Shea Wood of Sheridan was tied with Travis Hauser with 1:24 seconds left in the match when Wood turned Hauser to his back, as you see there, got the fall with just 1:24 left, and is your new state champion at 152 pounds. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick and Dean. We're going now to 160 pounds. Our live coverage from Veterans Auditorium. There you see it. Veterans Auditorium on the night of the 1997 Wrestling Championships. We're at the AAA level now. 160 pounds. Mitch Payton of Manchester, West Delaware, undefeated in 40 goes against West Des Moines Valley's Andy Harrison. The referee is Mike Exline, Charles City.
Shake hands.
And away we go. Payton is, they both have black, as you can tell. So one of the ways you got to separate them, besides if you know one or the other, the white headgear is Mitch Payton, Manchester, West Delaware. He's also wearing the red ankle strap. That's how they separate them on the scoreboard. Front headlock by Andy Harrison, trying to come around with it on the edge of the mat, out of bounds. Probably the quickest way to do it that way is the white headgear is Mitch Payton of Manchester, West Delaware on the left. And what we've done now is slipped over somewhere else here. There we are, just for a second. The other matches, by the way, up in 1A, it's Kyle Hansen of Wilton, the championship team, against Cody Alish of Grettinger. And the double A is Drew Bauman of West Lyon of Inwood against Chris Chambers of Webster City. We'll keep an eye on those two along the way. Still no score here after a minute of wrestling at 160 first period. We're going to give you an address here shortly if you'd like to write about our coverage of high school wrestling, college wrestling this year on Iowa Public Television. We'll give you an address to write to. We're always looking for ways to do things in a different way, and let's hear what you have to say. You have comments along the line?
2A, we went through the whole first period without a score between
Warning red.
Bauman, Drew Bauman of West Lyon of Inwood, and Chris Chambers. This is the AAA mat. Now, there is Mitch Payton in on a single leg.
Nice single, come down hard, come around, cover the hips for 2 points.
That's how he's won 40 straight matches this year.
And in doing it, he came down hard and he cut his own lip. Here's a replay right here. He's in on a single, head to the outside. Now he lifts up, does a little trip, comes down hard right there, and flattens his opponent and gets 2 points.
Mitch Payton of Manchester, West Delaware, coached by Jeff Voss. Vern Hill is Andy Harrison's coach at West Des Moines Valley. Between periods, we'll give you that address to write to. So we're giving you a little time here to get your pen or pencil.
Second period.
That's the end of the first period, 2 minutes long. We'd like to have your comments on our sports programming this winter, either on our college wrestling meets or tonight's high school championships. If you'd like to write us, we'd love to hear from you. Our address is Iowa Public Television Sports, IPTV Sports, in care of Iowa Public Television, Box 6450, Johnston, Iowa 50131. That's Box 6450, Johnston, Iowa 50131. Try to get another chance to see that if you didn't get it the first time.
Both got a warning. Let's go.
A warning against Harrison. The score is 2-1 in favor of Peyton, the man on the left with the white headgear.
Little snap action. Oh, look at how he sets it up. Snapped up, did a little snap, found a little opening, dropped in. That's Peyton dropping in and getting the 2 points.
Leads 4-1.
Releasing him, going after it again. See what he did, though. He's used the snap now. He drops the other
outside
side single
this time.
and covers it for 2 points. He's doing a nice job of setup. See, he's getting in. He's getting a little touch and go, snapping down, and then when Andy Harrison reacts,
again, that same side.
Down low. We're watching a, oh man, and then a knockdown. We're watching a clinic now. This is how to take your man down in 7 or 8 different ways. Peyton putting it on right now, 8-3, and we've just seen 3 real fast takedowns.
8-4 now with 48 seconds to go in the second period. Peyton feels like he knows his man now.
Snap. Now he's going around and run around. Snap and run around for 2. 4 different types of takedowns.
That makes it 10-5. And Andy Harrison is going to have to get his head back in order here because that's a
right
tough
down. He got his head right into the mat that time, but it was Mitch Peyton putting it in there. Here, little duck under action, down to the head to the outside single, cuts off for the double. Boom, that's one way. And he just kept on going, 4 takedowns.
Yeah, he used a high crotch outside single, snap down.
Snap and run around.
Gee. Showing a lot of ability on the mat, on the feet. It's 12-5 now with 15 seconds to go.
In the second period.
In the second period. Mitch Peyton, undefeated this year.
Up in 1A. The match is a 3-2, close match. Now it's 4-3, a reversal. No, 5-2. 5-2 lead, where Wilton's Kyle Hansen extends his lead over Cody Alish from Greitinger. 5-2. There's the address again. If you didn't catch it the first time. Iowa Public Television Sports, care of Iowa Public Television, box 6450, Johnston, Iowa, 50131.
We're at 160 pounds on live coverage from Brett's Auditorium. This is the 3A match between Mitch Peyton and Andy Harrison, and Peyton is really showing real ability on the feet.
Yep, he got out right there by getting his hips underneath him, having good hand control. Now look at it again. See, he snaps.
Snap down and around. Boy, he's been tough. That's 15-5. With 1:40 to go. We have a close match at the 2A class. It's 3-2 in favor of Drew Bauman over Chris Chambers, with the match just ending. And it looks like it's going to be Bauman by 1 point.
Peyton's hoping that we'll see him on Iowa College Wrestling in the future because he's already decided to go to Iowa State.
He's going to Iowa State, huh? He looks like a prospect from the way he's taking people down here. 17-7 with 2 seconds left to go.
Got a winner right here on 2A.
Yep, it was Drew Bauman.
Westline.
Of Westline of Inwood. 3-2, close match over Chris Chambers. 19-9 here with Peyton rolling up a score against Andy Harrison of Valley of West Des Moines. Look at him, he's in there again.
He just destroying the position of Andy Harrison, really controlling the hips. Now he's ready to see whether he can turn him over a little bit. 21-10 with only 20-some seconds left.
Mitch Peyton.
Wilton seals the win right there up in the corner. Kyle Hansen wins, and so Ben Shirk and Kyle Hansen, who were doing takedowns in the living room floor of the Shirk household, both win state titles.
Right. Well, Mitch Peyton, you know, looks really strong. He lost last year to one man, and that was David Kelgard.
Yeah, in the semifinals.
In the semifinals from Lewis Central, who's no slouch.
No, 3-time state champion and now at Oklahoma.
So they may meet up again someday.
Cyclone bound.
There is Mitch Peyton of Manchester, West Delaware, finishes the season at 41-0 with a big win over Harrison, 21-11. Now the awards are coming up.
There's the coach's reaction right there. Jeff Voss, whoa, he says, yes, sir. I like it right there.
Let's go to 152 awards, 1A first.
6th place, Nick Ackerman, Colfax Mingo. 5th place, Clint Jones, Bondurant Farrar. 4th place, Blue Wall, Underwood. 3rd place, Rocky Hamilton, Wapello. Runner-up, Andy Kiger, Audubon. And the Class 1A 152-pound champion from Central City, Benji Silver.
He won 6-0 in his final match, controlled it all the way. Benji Silver, state champion. So now up on the award stand here at Betts Auditorium come the AA top 6 at 152 pounds.
Presenting the Class 2A 152-pound awards, Coach Todd Wolverton of Sheraton. 6th place, Dmitry Tarasov, Manson, Northwest Webster. 5th place, Mike Close, Brooklyn, BGM HLV. 4th place, Brian Carpenter, West Union, North Fayette. 3rd place, Scott Duffy, Iowa Falls. Runner-up, Travis Hauser, Grinnell. And the Class 2A 152-pound champion from Sheraton, Che Wood.
He won with a fall and became the 2A champion at this weight, 152 pounds. So now the 3As come up, the bigger schools. Betts Auditorium, live coverage on Iowa
Presenting the
Public
Class
Television.
3A 152-pound awards, Coach Bob Dyer of Glenwood. 6th place, John Mayrose, Lamar's. 5th place, Zach Gordon, Dubuque Hempstead. 4th place, Justin Holdgrafer, Ames. 3rd place, Todd Gellner, Charles City. Runner-up, Brandon Hilton, Indianola. And the Class 3A 152-pound champion from Glenwood, Terry Parham.
3A winners. Congratulations to undefeated Terry Parham. Now we're going to go to Dean Board.
Well, Doug, remember a few minutes ago when we were talking with Steve Shirk, the Wilton coach, and he said that his son was wrestling a young man that his wife was babysitting with before the two of them could walk. Well, both of them became state champions tonight. Kyle Hansen just did it in a decision over Cody Alish of Grettinger. He decisioned him 7-3. So Kyle Hansen is the state champion in single A at 160 pounds. Dick?
All right, Dean, in Class 2A at 160 pounds, your champion was Drew Bowman of West Lyon Inwood as he defeats Chris Chambers of Webster City in a very tight contest. Both wrestlers penalized twice for stalling. Bowman, your winner, 3-2 over Chambers of Webster City. Doug?
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we go to 171. And Tim, we were talking about Royce Duncan having 2 of his own sons in the finals that he's coaching. He had one win earlier. Here is Creighton Duncan of Pleasant Valley against Jessman Smith of Southeast Polk of Runnels in the AAA 171-pound championship match. So here comes the second of the sons out there.
What an opportunity, man. He's got one down, one to go.
That's the man on the left there, Creighton Duncan, 38-2. Jessman Smith is 32-1. Jessman Smith is in the black with Southeast Polk. You can see the Southeast Polk on the back.
There's Jessman.
Nice,
nice fireman's carry. He's got it tight. He doesn't have the 2 points yet, though.
No, not quite. Good, solid hold on the arm. Now he goes to the outside.
And Duncan gives it up just so he won't give up any more points than the 2-point takedown.
So a good
start.
fireman's carry start by Jessman Smith.
Only a junior going up against senior Creighton Duncan.
Now the other matches at 1A, undefeated Adam Corey of Bondurant Farrar is wrestling Perry Blanchard of Belle Plaine. In the AA, Trey Clark of LaPorte City Union is wrestling undefeated Chris Higgins of Forest City. Clark has only lost one time.
Just stay in here now, Red Man. Stay in here.
And that one is interesting, too, that 2A match, because Trey Clark is a freshman and Chris Higgins is a senior.
Jessamine Smith in tight on a body lock right there, but Duncan. Whoa! No, look at that! It's got the chin. It's tight. It's going to be a fall.
That is really a tough shot.
Boy,
great counter by Duncan, huh?
Wow, he came through. He's got the chin. No, hey, Jessamine Smith is going to get out of this if he can just keep rolling. Whoa, it's tight. Whoa, the key is the chin. And
he
let go of the chin.
He let go of it.
Then now he's got in a headlock.
Now he's coming the other way again.
Whoa.
How much time? 25 seconds to go.
Too much.
A lot of time.
Now it's really tight. Look at this. This is really fighting.
That was one of those live by the sword, die by the sword situations. It's a fall for the second Duncan to win for his father. How about that?
Wow.
And that was a thriller to watch, too, because that could have gone either way.
That's right. You think they're going to go to sleep tonight, the Duncans? Whoa.
Creighton Duncan wins over Jessamine Smith. Smith started extremely well.
He's a tough wrestler. He's very talented. He'll be back next year right in this spot probably.
But he got in a situation where he could be countered. And Creighton Duncan, as you said, locked the chin up and went with the roll and came out on top. That was a thriller. Let's see it.
Right here.
Body lock.
He's over. Now that's initiated by Duncan right there. Chin, and he drops through, gets the hips underneath him, drives through, and really nicely done. And then he switched over, let go of the chin, and went to a headlock, and that tightened it even more, and it was over with just a few seconds left. But there's a reaction. Royce Duncan on the left, his dad. Nice job holding him up.
Well, nice job bringing them up. They get two champions there. Well, that's a AAA, but we still have plenty more to go here because we have AA matches going on between Trey Clark and Chris Higgins. This is the one between the freshman, Trey Clark, who is in the black uniform there, and Chris Higgins, the senior from Forest City, undefeated senior.
I'll tell you what, you don't see many freshmen in the finals anyway, but a freshman at 171 pounds is a real rarity.
He's tall. He's very rangy, you can see. He has a 34-1 record, coached by Dick Ingall. Chris Higgins, 33-0 for Forest City against his coach is Dave Cunningham. Look at the difference in height. Trey Clark, very rangy on the left. He's the freshman.
I have a feeling we're going to see Trey Clark at maybe heavyweight by the time he's a senior. He's got a lot of body to fill.
He does. Looks that way, doesn't it? There comes Higgins in the double leg, but again, that range really helped out. Clark was able to shrug him out. 1-0 lead in the second period. Starting the second period, Higgins was able to escape, and that's the point that you see on the board for him.
That loss that you see on Clark's record there came in his second match he ever wrestled in high school, and he's won it since, and here he is in the finals.
All right, there's the end of the second period. Now we go to the third period. Now, this time, Clark gets the under spot, and he'd like to be able to escape here. And I think, as a matter of fact, that
he's just going to let him. Here we go.
Higgins just let him go. So it's 1-1. It's going to be settled on the feet. Higgins of Forest City on the right. Clark, the freshman from LaPorte City Union, on the left. Official says
double stalling.
Double stall. When Thomas Moore, officials from Griswold, like to see more activity. Well, Higgins has been able to reach him a couple of times, but that height, that length really helps.
And with that length,
that helps too.
Clark was able to stabilize, cut off the double, cover the hips, and get the 2.
And the freshman just took the senior down.
Boy, that was a nice, he shot in. Most people would have gotten flattened on that. And he was able to recover, get his hips underneath him, get his head to the outside, cut off, and get the 2-point takedown. Very nicely done. This young man's been coached very well as he has been coming up in the wrestling program.
We've talked about it too.
This year.
You don't often see, if he were to win this, for instance, it would be a chance to be a 4-time champion, maybe somewhere along the line. He leaves himself open. You don't very often see it at that weight.
Yeah, 103, 112.
Right. Because you don't often go against freshmen at this level. And he looks tough on top. Of course, he doesn't dare stall too much because he would lose a point.
Oh, he's got to come up right now. He's got to come up. That's stalling.
He'll be called it that way.
Yep.
He was called, so that's a point. He's been warned. So now an escape would tie the score. An escape would tie the score, and let's see what Chris Higgins does on the bottom.
Here we go. He's going to ride tough.
He looks tough. There's 15 seconds to go. Higgins is up.
He's got to come up with him. He can't hang. See, he's got the referee on him. Doing a great job. My goodness.
5 seconds.
What a job by a freshman. Whoa! He's won. 1 point.
He got out, and they got out right at the end, and it's going to be an overtime. So here we go on the feet. An overtime, 2-minute overtime period, sudden death.
Man.
How about that? The freshman on the right, the senior Chris Higgins on the left. Gonna start him over again. And here we go. There's Higgins, made a shot right away.
He did.
A very good shot. But again, he's dealing with length. Remember those warnings do carry over.
Another shot. Now see, you're going to have to start paying attention to that.
The senior, Chris Higgins, has the single leg in. If he can score, he wins.
Good hip action. Whoa, now he's behind. Higgins is behind there. Can he finish it? Good hit. Wow, whoa. Good presence by Clark right there. Got his hips out, got hand control before Higgins could finish off.
1 minute and 20 to go.
Oh, he's in.
Now this freshman is in, and he wins
the state
championship as a freshman. How about them apples?
Wow. Whoa.
Say he's a prospect.
Oh, is that impressive?
Just look like a prospect, Tim.
I think every college wrestling coach just took notice on a freshman that they're going to keep in touch with. There'll be some cards and letters coming your way, Mr. Clark.
Trey Clark, a freshman.
And they won't be form letters.
LaPorte City Union, coached by Dick Ingvall, has won a state championship as a freshman at 171 pounds against an excellent senior, Chris Higgins. That's the first loss of the year for Chris Higgins.
Here it is. He comes around for the 2 points. Very nice, technically done, and great win for Coach Dick Ingvall. 24 years as a head coach, 21 at Union of LaPorte City, and he's very happy. There he is, right there in the blue sport coat, and great job, Dick.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and there he is. That's at 171. Well, we're going to get the awards now at 160, 1A.
Sixth place, Micah Mullinex, Woodbine. Fifth place, Casey Chalupa, Durant. Fourth place, Justin Dix, Mount Vernon. Third place, Bernie Thomas, Mobile, Woodbury Central. Runner-up, Cody Alish, Rettinger. And the Class 1A 160-pound champion from Wilton, Kyle Hansen.
Congratulations to Kyle Hansen, 1A champion at 160 pounds. Full house at Veterans Auditorium, of course, and final night of the 1997 Wrestling Championships on Iowa Public Television. Tim Johnson, I'm Doug Brown, Dick Trotter, and Dean Borg with us. Here are the 2A champions.
Award, Coach Keith Slifka of West Lyon Inwood. 6th place, Jake Walls, Monona MFL Marmac. 5th place, Dustin Den Hartog, Clear Lake. 4th place, Ron Dale, Clarinda. 3rd place, Scott Kaufman, Emmetsburg. Runner-up, Chris Chambers, Webster City. And the Class 2A 160-pound champion from West Lyon Inwood, Drew Bauman.
You bet. Always can smile, you know, when you win up that, you get to that top stand. 160-pound top 6 in the 2A. Now we go to the big schools, 3A, same weight.
Presenting the Class 3A 160-pound awards, Coach Jeff Voss of Manchester, West Delaware. 6th place, Zach Zebarth, Iowa City, City High. 5th place, Dustin Jeffries, Urbandale. 4th place, Matt Thone, Pleasant Valley. 3rd place, Paul Heenick, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Runner-up, Andy Harrison, West Des Moines Valley. And the Class 3A 160-pound champion from Manchester, West Delaware, Mitch Payton.
Mitch Payton finished an undefeated season by putting on a takedown clinic here in his final match. 21-11 winner over Andy Harrison. Here is Dean Borg.
Doug, Bondurant Farrar's Adam Corey, a sophomore, had decision Perry Blanchard of Bell playing in the districts. The two met again tonight, and it was neck and neck. In fact, it seemed to be tied with just about a minute to go in the third period. It looked like it was 6-6, but the referee then clarified points that he had awarded to Blanchard, and he ruled it an escape rather than a reversal, and the score ended up 6-5. The champion is sophomore Adam Corey of Bondurant Farrar at 171 pounds. Doug?
Thank you, Dean. We're going to go now to the last two of our weight classes. We have two to go, 189 pounds, and then the heavyweights, the 275. 189, we're still with the Triple A's. We have a young man from Cedar Rapids Prairie, Ryan LaGrange, undefeated in 40 matches. You've heard a lot of good things about this young man, and his opponent is Greg Rorda of Southeast Polk Runnels.
Some say that LaGrange is the best prospect, best college prospect in the state.
He's on the left and on the all black. Southeast Polk has a yellow on the side. There's LaGrange in very fast on a single leg.
40 wins, no losses. Out of those 40 wins, 32 pins, Doug.
32.
For LaGrange. 32 falls. He's 142 wins in his career, only 15 losses.
The other matches at 1A, we have Kurt Baustad of Woodbine wrestling David Reed of Wapello for the championship. And at the AA level, undefeated Jason Payne. This is a shot at a three-timer. Jason Payne of Columbus Junction. The state championship team wrestling Chris Hayworth of Dallas Center Grimes. And boom again goes Ryan Grange, 4-1 lead.
Do you think that maybe this LaGrange is the most exciting thing that's happened to the coach, Scott Litter, this week?
I think
Am I setting you up?
Well, I don't know if it was or not. He has a member of the family he didn't have a couple of days ago. It interested me that they came out here to Des Moines. The whole family came out here to have, so the wife could have the child here while he was at the state tournament.
He said, I was eating breakfast on Thursday morning with the team after weigh-ins when my wife started having contractions at the motel, and we went to Mercy Hospital in Des Moines at 10 a.m. and had the baby girl at 4:35. Sydney Jean's her name, 6 pounds, 4 ounces. And he wasn't there for Thursday's round. Scott Litter wasn't here. He was in the delivery room with his wife, Nicole, but he says, I think she'll be here tonight with the baby.
How about that?
Scott Litter.
I may have misspoken when I said Jason Payne was going for 3. He's going for 2.
Right. He hasn't lost since he finished 6th as a sophomore. And He's got 86 in a row, 86 wins in a row for Jason Payne.
All right, you ready, young man?
Of Columbus Junction, whose team
Up there in the
has
2A.
locked up this title very well. Well, there's Ryan LaGrange leading by a score of 6-2. He has had 3 quick takedowns in the first period over his opponent from Southeast Polk, Greg Rorta. Goes right out front.
Come on, let's go to work. Let's go to work on that.
Here, Terry Curtis of Williamsburg is the official.
Tell me.
Saying go to work on that, and I don't think Greg Rorta would want him to encourage particularly.
That is Joe Horton, the coach for Southeast Polk, and that was looking on right there. And
second period is, first period just over, second period will start. It's a 6-2 lead for Ryan LaGrange.
Got a red. What do you want to do, young man?
LaGrange gets his choice. He'll start underneath. 189-pound class, the AAAs, the big schools. Cedar Rapids Prairie is Ryan LaGrange. Rorta comes on top. LaGrange is out just so fast you can't believe it. It's 7-2.
driving through, a running double. Look at that. He just ran right through him, put his head to the outside, drove through for 2. Running through, head to the outside, 2 points.
Up by 7 now, 9-2, with the second period just barely started. 32 falls and 40 wins. Who are the 8 guys who got away from him?
Got away from him.
Bar in the arm on the near side. Putting a lot of pressure on Greg Rorta,
That's right. Come on up. Come on.
who's had a fine year from Southeast Polk.
Get to the side, Curry. Get
Well, none of them got away. The way to the championship round, LaGrange, a fall in 1:12 in the first round, a fall in 1:28 in the second round, and a fall in 1:41 in the semifinals. Took him a little longer in the semis.
Keep it legal. Keep it legal, Curry.
Well, we're in the second period, and already Greg Rorta has gone through a complete period, which nobody else did.
Nobody else did in the state tournament.
A minute to go in the second period. He had 189 pounds.
Work it, work it, work it. Come on.
That's potentially dangerous, says Terry Curtis. He thinks it's a bad angle on the bar arm. LaGrange leads 9-2 with 47 seconds to go in the second period as he starts referee's position. Flattens Rorta out and goes again for the bar.
And you're talking flat, you're looking at it right now. He's really got a lot of pressure, and sometimes, you know, you call stalling there, and it's just a matter of overpowering.
Warning against Rorta.
Come through, get the bar arm, going to try to come through, catch the wrist, and come out front. Now he comes out front, and going to try to drive.
Not too high.
Referee's watching the position on that bar arm.
Boy, he's working him over right there. He's really putting a lot of pressure.
It's not much fun on the bottom in a situation like this. There's the end of the second
Scott Litter
period.
right there, the new father, baby girl.
Okay.
Litter on the left. Scott Litter on the left there. Of course, you remember Scott from West Delaware High School, Manchester. He won both the coach of the state tournament and state dual champions in 1991, and has moved on now to Prairie, where here he is with a state champion or a person in the finals trying to win a state championship. Here's a 3A state champ or finals right there, and there is Prairie in third place. Litter's got him right there, but Cedar Falls, as you've said, Doug, has had a tremendous tournament, tremendous finals. Pleasant Valley at the strength of the Duncan boys,
right,
getting second place.
Winning 2 titles here in the
But it's
last
not over.
round.
See, because Prairie can go right back into second place with more than a regular decision right here.
Yeah.
And they know it.
Just a regular decision would tie it.
Right.
But he's up by 11-3, and it looks like
that
extras.
would do it.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Oh,
he's driving.
got the
He's
half
driving, got the
Nelson.
shoulder tight. Look at, he's chest to chest. And it is tough. Now he's going to go back the other way. Got to give a lot of credit to Rorta there.
Did he get back points?
They didn't indicate it yet.
Score is 13-3 in favor of LaGrange.
Got a real barn burner in at 1A. It's 1-1 with 35 seconds left up there in the corner. 1-1 with 35 seconds left between Bostad and Reed.
And Greg Rorta, by the way.
Look at this takedown, driving through, and it was close to getting back points.
And Greg Rorta is no slouch because he was a junior national team member.
Yep, and he was third last year at 171, and he's only a junior.
Ryan LaGrange, the score now is 13-5. It's an 8-point lead with 1:15 to go.
Jason Payne winning his second state championship for Columbus Junction, and now we're looking like overtime in 1A.
Another takedown makes it 15-5, 15-6 with the escape. LaGrange wants to pile it up if he can, and maybe find something in a takedown that would put the man on his back.
Going into overtime right there up in the box between Wapello and Woodbine.
Double lead for LaGrange.
Keep it legal, keep it legal.
Yeah, when you talk about good prospects in the tournament, we've seen some of them are not in their last year by any means. You have to include this man with him, Ryan LaGrange. He's an impressive looking 189 pounder.
Yes, he is. He's powerful. He's dominant. He's got a lot of tools, and he makes it work.
He shot that one from a little bit too far out. Lost his position for a second, but didn't cost him anything. 18-7. He leads with 20 seconds to go, and here he is again in on the leg. Again, he took that from a little ways out. It was not the best position he had when he came out of that. His last couple of offensive moves have not been as good as his earlier ones. But he has an 11-point lead with 10 seconds to go. That's a little better.
Yep, got the head one in the middle, and then he drops off to a single, but Greg Rorta is never giving up, but he loses 18-7, and that's enough by our calculations to put Prairie into second place.
Extra point for a major decision.
We've got overtime up there at 1A with only 35 seconds left.
Between Bostad and David Reed.
Right.
Now we're going to turn over here.
That's LaGrange, the winner after an undefeated season for Cedar Rapids Prairie. 1A has Kurt Bostad of Woodbine
in the black
against David Reed of Wapello in the multicolored uniform.
And it could be coming down. Well, there's shot. It could be coming down to the coin flip.
Just 7 seconds.
That's where they're at.
This is overtime. This would be the first time we've seen the second overtime. So the flip, who gets it? Goes to Red. It goes to Bostad. And he's going to take the bottom side. If he's out in 30 seconds, he wins. If Reed can hold him for 30 seconds, he wins. And in general, the wrestlers like to be on the bottom.
But you know, the statistics show that it's about 50-50. Okay, he's down now. Reed trying to just stay tough. I don't see that there's been any stalling. And see, he's got him tight. He's got to bring his head up. There, he drives him through. He's got it tough now. He's got to go back to the ankle again one more time. Can't let him up like that. Drives him down. He's riding him tough. You've got to keep him on. Don't give him another start if you're Wapello. Yep, he gives him another start.
Well, how much time did he use? Oh, only 8 seconds left.
He's got to go back to the ankle, but what's Woodbine's got to do, Bostad from Woodbine needs to clear that ankle real fast. But he didn't clear it fast.
He didn't do it.
No.
And he's not going to get out.
Nope, he's refereeing.
Yeah, that's right. He refereed twice, and it didn't help.
Wapello wins the state championship. David Reed. Wapello gives Gavin
in double overtime.
Hurley is state champion at 189.
That's the first time we've seen that one in this. Although we saw some overtimes, we didn't see it go that far. Reed beats Bostad. Well, The award stands now. We're going to 171 pounds. 1A.
171-pound award. Assistant coach Craig Benke of Bondurant Farrar.
David Reed pretty happy.
6th place, Todd Bird, Winthrop, East Buchanan. 5th place, Rich Heemstra, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. 4th place, Blair Thomason, Eagle Grove. 3rd place, Bryce Chapman, Mount Vernon. Runner-up, Perry Blanchard, Belle Plaine. And the Class 1A 171-pound champion from Bondurant Farrar, Adam Corey.
Adam Corey, the winner at 171, and he had an undefeated year too. 34th straight win in defeating Perry Blanchard of Belle Plaine. Here come the 2A top 6.
2A 171-pound awards. Coach Dick Ingvall of LaPorte City Union. 6th place, Justin McAtee, Storm Lake. 5th place, Wendell Brown, Bloomfield Davis County. 4th place, Jim Bark, DeWitt Central. 3rd place, Lucas Kluver, Maquoketa. Runner-up, Chris Higgins, Forest City. And the Class 2A 171-pound champion from LaPorte City Union, Trey Clark.
That's the freshman who defeated a senior in an overtime. Trey Clark, what'd you say, it was his 2nd match of his career this year?
That he lost.
He lost, and he's not lost one since. Had to go to an overtime against tough Chris Higgins, who was undefeated coming into the final round, but he did win it. Now the 3As.
Class 3A 171-pound awards. Coach Royce Duncan of Pleasant Valley. 6th place, Chris Richardson, Iowa City West. 5th place, Tom Elliff, Council Bluffs TJ. 4th place, Tyler Sherwood, Burlington. 3rd place, Steve Niles, Charles City. Runner-up, Jessamine Smith, Southeast Polk Runnels. And the Class 3A 171-pound champion from Pleasant Valley, Creighton Duncan.
He won a spectacular fall. 2nd brother to win. Well, Dick Trotter, what do you have to say for yourself here?
All right, Doug. Jason Payne won his 88th consecutive match after 4 trips here to Des Moines, and he became a 2-time state champion tonight by virtue of his 7-2 victory over Chris Hayworth of Dallas Center Grimes. There was no doubt after the 2nd period that Payne was going to win, and he pleases the coach, Bill Plaine, with that victory. All right, back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick. Now here's what the rotation has been. As you see, we had 4 in each class, 1A, 2A, 3A. Heavyweight, we're going to pick out one here, and we're going to go with the AA match between Andy Kelly of Knoxville, undefeated, and Scott Eddy of Independence. And then we'll keep an eye, as you know, on the other ones, on our compressed shots up in the corner, and go to any of the others if this one ends early. But Andy Kelly of Knoxville is wrestling Scott Eddy. They've had 85 matches between them, 1 loss.
It could be a wild one. Could be a wild one. There's the 1A.
What you're looking at now is the 1A, and we'll be going over to 2A here in just a moment. This is a match between Mike Steckley and Jason Gilbertson, which is not the one that we have set up as our principal match. Here we go to 2A. This is Andy Kelly of Knoxville against Scott Eddy. And the black
is Kelly. 43-0. 43-0 with 27 falls. And Scott Eddy 45-1 with 26 falls. We could see some fireworks here.
Yeah, this is the 275-pound class. Used to be the unlimited, but it's limited now. If you don't weigh 275, you're over 275, you have to cut to it.
Kelly was 4th last year, and Eddy was 5th last year at heavyweight. And Andy Kelly, very interesting here, is working on becoming Knoxville's first state champion.
First state champion. 1A is between Mike Steckley of Williamsburg, as we said, and Jason Gilbertson of Lake Mills. The AAA match that you're looking at is McJohn Daggy of Dowling of West Des Moines. He's undefeated. And Nabil Yahweh of Keokuk.
3A, we've got a possible pin up there. It's looking like with Dowling's Daggy having Yahweh. He just did it.
Yeah.
And that was
finished an undefeated season.
But not as fast as an earlier fall by the Cedar Falls 130-pounder. 42 seconds, 1 second slower. So it's not the fastest fall.
Actually, a minute and 42.
Yeah, you're right, minute 42.
No score here at with 33 seconds to go in the first period between Andy Kelly and Scott Eddy.
Kelly and Eddy met last year in the state tournament with Kelly winning 3-1. There's your shot at Scott Eddy from Independence.
Kelly on the left in the dark uniform. Trying to come underneath the arms.
Get that inside position.
You can do that with a lot of heavyweights. The good ones can do that with the people who aren't quite so good. Just get both arms under there and hoist them up a little bit, trip, and boom, they're down. A little tougher when you get to this level.
Probably be the last time we see Kelly wrestling because he's going to go to Iowa State next year on a full scholarship for football. And play for the Cyclones.
2 seconds, guys. Let's go right here.
The end of the first period, no score. Choice goes to Eddy, and he will start on the bottom. They've both been warned, reports John Monroe, the official, the referee. So if anybody gets called for stalling here, it's going to be a point for the other man.
One thing Scott Eddy knows how to do, though, is avenge losses. Last year, he lost twice in this tournament. Once to...
Oh, the cradle. Kelly has it locked up. Kelly has it locked up right off the whistle. Had it for a moment.
I better say what I was going to say here pretty fast. Last year, he lost to Josh Little from Comanche, who was #1 rated going into the tournament this year, and he met him in the first round and beat the #1 ranked heavyweight to get here. Now he's going against Kelly, who beat him last year, but it's not looking quite as good.
Kelly got a 2-point near fall there. He was able to hold it for 2 seconds in the exposed shoulder position.
He's got it on again. Yes, he does. But, whoa. Whoa.
He has it again.
Boy, it's a tight cradle.
The 3-point near fall this time, I think. Right?
In the face, one more.
And one more. This is
Here's the first near fall right here. You got 2. And he kicks through.
Another point was added there, by the way, for a technical violation because John Monroe said that Scott Eddy elbowed Andy Kelly, and that was there. He's got it locked up again. Whoa. This time he lost it.
Yep, he loses it. Got a little risky there.
So it's 6-2 after the reversal. We're on the edge of the mat with 40 seconds to go in the second period. I think Andy Kelly would like to bring him in a little bit here because he's in good shape maybe to get a reversal if he can get a little mat to work with.
Kelly, like I said, trying to become Knoxville's first state champion there. Well, there's the Independence coach, but it's not Brett Adams. And so he's got some of his assistants in the corner.
Eddy maintains the position here.
Nope, you're right. That was Knoxville's coach right there, and that was Rich Wilson. Yeah, Rich knows how to win state championships. He won 2 of them for Belmont in 1974 and 1976. He's a tough wrestler.
22 seconds to go.
Here's the other near fall that we saw, and this one went into a 3-point near fall.
Okay, bottom man, he's coming in optional. Okay.
Out of bounds with 19 seconds to go in the second period.
There's Rich Wilson on the left right there. He was just an outstanding wrestler, two-time state champion on the left. Rich Wilson trying to bring Knoxville their first state championship, individual state championship.
Out of bounds again.
There's Brett Adams on the left. He's been 15 years at Independence. Just elected secretary treasurer. That means in a couple of years he'll be the president of the Iowa High School Officials and Coaches Association.
Again, Eddie comes on top, trailing by 4 with a few seconds left here.
He's not going to give up.
Second period. Nope. Looks like this period's going to end right here. Before Kelly could come around to score. 6-2, he leads.
We have red, your choice.
Now this time it's going to be Kelly's choice.
Red's going down. Go,
and he's decided to start underneath.
Set.
Try to get the point for an escape, maybe a reversal if he can. He leads by 4 here, 6-2.
Okay, go on in, Green.
He had 1 takedown and 2. Well, actually, no takedowns, but he got 5 near fall points.
5 near fall points and a penalty.
And a penalty.
Back in, let's go, son.
All right. Scott Eddy of Independence. Not just trying to ride Kelly, he'd like to turn him if he could. He needs 4 points. Made a good first move. He's done a good job on top. He's going to have to turn his man, though. He's down by 4.
Like I said, he doesn't know what quit means. He's turning it on right now, and he just doesn't want to run out of time, and so he's got to think about his strategy here. If he can't turn him, he's going to have to let him go and see if he can do something from the feet.
He has a minute and a half to do it.
Red Stone, 1 green. Let's go, gentlemen.
So there's a point for Eddie because Kelly has called for inactivity on the bottom. That makes it 6-3.
So 1 turn to his back for a 3, ties it up.
Yeah. On the whistle. Now Kelly gets to his feet. For the first time, he's able to turn in. But
he's doing a nice job right here of riding. We get another look at Coach Wilson on the left.
Eddie needs points. He needs 3 more than he's got. 6-3. Again, puts a lot of pressure on from the top. Keeps Kelly from standing up the way he'd like to stand. Now he does stand up. 7-3 now. 4-point lead for the man in black.
Whoa! Oh. He needs to let him up again then. This guy, Kelly, is running out of gas. And
7-5, a 2-point lead with 45 seconds to go. Things change, you know, in these matches in strange ways. 3-point lead.
Yep. So it's
stalling
8-6.
Again, backed up. Now it's 8-6. And the next stalling award would be 2 points.
Right.
So now this is a match suddenly. Time left, half a minute.
He could get hit again here if he keeps backing off. If he does that one more time, they could hit him again.
That's right.
He did it. 2 points. It's tied up.
And it's 8-8.
Next one's out.
Next one is disqualification. So now away we go. Who wants to take down the worst?
He's tying his shoes, untying them and tying them again. It's a tough situation for the young man on the verge of trying to bring his high school first state championship, but he's gassed. I mean, there's no other way to say it.
Yeah, that's right. He had it locked up, it looked like, 6-2. But as we say, funny things happen, you know. Kelly against Eddie. On the edge.
Right here, the referee just needs to let these guys decide it right here.
Well, they'll have to go to overtime again. to throw. There it is. We're going to go to overtime.
1A. Lake Mills, who had the Coach of the Year, Jamie Ball, this year, he gets a state champion. Jason Gilbertson wins the state championship in 1A. And he's hugging his coach.
So here we go. This is sudden death. 2 minutes. First score wins. It's 8-8. Kelly against Eddie. Well, now the penalties will continue to count, because if I know the referee would hate to call this, but if he decided that Kelly were not as active as he needed to be,
right,
it's over.
It's still over. He's not able to go forward at all. Kelly cannot go forward at all. He's just got to pretend he's on the line right now and powering off, you know, in football.
Minute and a half to go.
You guys stay out here. Let's go.
Well, we thought it might be a wild one, and it was.
Eddie locked up. He's pushing. He's moving Kelly backwards again. To the edge.
Turn it. Back in.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it's hard on the official.
Yes, it is. He doesn't want to get in this one. John Monroe and Bob Algo.
That's John Monroe right there. Really wants to stay out of it. Fighting for that inside position. Neither of these wrestlers, Brett Adams on the far side, head coach from Independence, cheering on Eddie. Neither of these wrestlers want to go to that second overtime.
No.
I mean, it just, they don't. And for a lot of reasons. I mean, sure, they don't want to because it's just more time to wrestle, but you don't want to be put in that position of the flip of the coin. That took
lateral drop,
and that took John Monroe off Kelly's back for good, almost, for this ref.
Here we go again.
Circle red! Circle red! Back in there, gentlemen. Let's go.
Woo! How much time? We're down now to about half a minute.
Let's go.
The last match
Back here, let's go.
of the 1997 state tournament between Andy Kelly of Knoxville and Scott Eddy of Independence.
Eddie trying to avenge his only 2 losses. Whoa!
Oh, here comes Eddie.
Whoa! He did it! The 2 people that beat him last year, he wins the state title by beating them back this year, this weekend in Des Moines.
You never would have figured it when you saw how the match was going in about the middle of the second period. But there it is. Scott Eddy of Independence wins and ruins Andy Kelly's undefeated season, too, en route. Big win for Scott Eddy of Independence. Is being congratulated by his coach, Brett Adams. Now we're going to get the awards for the last 2 weight classes before we go there.
Here's the replay right here. Front headlock, drops down to the outside single right here. Just follows it around, covers the hips, and wins it.
4th place, David Striegel, Williamsburg.
Awards.
3rd place, Brian McGraw, Corden Wayne. Runner-up, Kurt Bousted, Woodbine. And the 1A 180-pound champion from Wapello, David Reed.
Great champion for Wapello. Lost 4 times to Jason Payne, who won in 2A this year, but they're both state champions.
Now up on the stand of top 6 come the 2A. People from the middle-sized schools.
2A 180-pound, 89-pound awards. Assistant coach Andy Milder of Columbus Junction, Columbus. 6th place, Joe Hutchins, Cascade, Western Dubuque. 5th place, Chris Bengal, Atlantic. 4th place, Nolan Rage, Conrad, BCL, UW. 3rd place, Tad Jones, Hampton Dumont. Runner-up, Chris Hayworth, Dallas Center Grimes. And the 2A 189-pound champion from Columbus Junction, Columbus, Jason Payne.
Two-time winner, Jason Payne, undefeated since his sophomore year when he finished 6th here. 88 matches in a row for Columbus Junction.
Championship team, Columbus Junction, which had the championship settled before they got into the final round. 30.5 win. Clarinda, Humboldt, Webster City, and Shenandoah behind. But Columbus Junction got the job done. Now the 3A winners.
Awards, Coach Scott Litterer of Cedar Rapids Prairie. 6th place, Nate Funk, Urbandale. 5th place, Alonzo Gross, Lewis Central, Council Bluffs. 4th place, Eric Griffiths, Ottumwa. 3rd place, Ben LaFleur, Sioux City, Heelan. Runner-up, Greg Rorda, Southeast Polk Reynolds. And the Class 3A 189-pound champion from Cedar Rapids Prairie, Ryan LaGrange.
Like I said, there's one that a lot of college coaches are smacking their lips on.
Here are the 3A standings. Big final round by Cedar Falls, and then Mr. LaGrange's last round got him second place. Let's go to Dean Board.
Well, at 275 in single A, Doug, it was Jason Gilbertson of Lake Mills in an overtime decisioning Mike Steckley of Williamsburg. It took 1 minute and 6 seconds of that overtime. Each had scored an escape and had a penalty point in regulation time. It ended up 2-2 in regulation, and then 106. It was a decision for Jason Gilbertson of Lake Mills. Dick?
All right, Dean, in the 3A, the big fellas at 275, McJohn Daggy of Des Moines, West Des Moines, Dowling, did what he wanted to do. He went out and got an early fall. Actually, 42 seconds in the first period was all it took. A fall over Nabil Yayawi of Keokuk. Back to you, Doug.
And here are the awards for the 275. 1A, first of all.
Magnolia. 5th place, Pat Abens, Bode, Twin River Valley. 4th place, Josh Stevens, Lennox. 3rd place, Ted Jenkins, Woodward Granger. Runner-up, Mike Steckley, Williamsburg. And the Class 1A heavyweight champion from Lake Mills, Jason Gilbertson.
Lake Mills had a big year, and Mike Steckley tops it off with a championship. We have the 1A team championship listings for you. Look at that lead for Wilton.
Wilton and Wapello only a few miles apart, finished 1st and 2nd. Columbus Junction's right there. They're all within 30 miles of each other, so they've Southeast Iowa is celebrating tonight.
Here come the 2As at 275.
6th place, Dax Doran, Harlan. 5th place, Dan Bites, Delhi, Maquoketa Valley. 4th place, Travis Henning, Monona, MFL Marmac. 3rd place, Josh Little, Comanche. Runner-up, Andy Kelly, Knoxville. And the Class 2A heavyweight champion from Independent, Scott Eddy.
The winner. That's the one we saw go to overtime. Scott Eddy came from way behind to win that. Now we go to the big schools, the 3As, for our last award ceremony. 275-pound class, the heavyweight class. The 1997 Wrestling Championships in Des Moines.
Class 3A heavyweight awards, Coach Ron Gray of West Des Moines Dowling. 6th place, Joe Moeller, Urbandale. 5th place, Matt Toronto, Sioux City North. 4th place, AJ Novak, Cedar Rapids Prairie. 3rd place, Brett Stender, Eldridge North Scott. Runner-up, Nabil Yewahi, Keokuk. And the heavyweight champion at 3A from West Des Moines Dowling, Mac John Daggy.
Won a first period fall to get his title and finish an undefeated season in his senior year at Dowling. Well, let's go to Mo Kelly now for the awards of the team trophies.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to present the team awards. To present these awards to the Class 1A top 3 teams, members of the Board of Control of the Iowa High School Athletic Association. To my near left is Phil Hintz, Superintendent of Schools, Newton. Next to him is the current chairman of the board, Kirk Rentschler, Superintendent of Schools, Solon. Next to Mr. Rentschler, representing the Iowa Association of School Boards, is Arlo Flaggy of Waverly. And to my far left is Les Dalma, Superintendent of Schools, Rock Valley. Okay, in Class 1A, the third place team with 61.5 points. If they'd come forward at this time, Coach Ken Estling, Bondurant Barrar.
Thank you, sir.
The second place team, runner-up team, 64 points, Coach Gavin Herlight and Wapello.
Congratulations, guys. Good run.
Good job, Dave. Good job, guys.
And the 1997 championship team in Class 1A, 125 points, Coach Steve Shirk and Wilton.
A very big win for Wilton. They piled up a big score. You may have noticed, if you're a longtime wrestling fan, you may have noticed a familiar face out there with Bondurant Ferrar.
Moving to the
Bill Nelson,
Class 2A map,
who's been helping out this
members
year
of
as
the
a
Board of
volunteer
Control to
coach,
make a presentation.
former national champion.
You know what's incredible about Wilton is they only brought 5 wrestlers to the tournament and they scored 125 points. Had 4 in the finals out of the 5 that they brought. Placed all 5.
Now let's go to Mo Kelly again for the awards of the 2A.
And next to Mr. Waterman is Arlo Flaggy, representing the Iowa Association of School Boards. Okay, we turn to 2A, and in third place with 59.5 points, Coach Ron Wasoba and Humboldt. The runner-up team in Class 2A, they had 63 points. Coach Mike Marino and Clarenda. And the 1997 champions, Class 2A, 93.5 points. Coach Bill Plain and Columbus Junction, Columbus.
Where's Coach? Oh, here he comes.
Columbus Junction had its title wrapped up, as did Wilton, before the finals had started.
Wilton came close to the record of 5 state champions in one tournament. Only Cresco, Waterloo West, and twice by Waterloo East has ever, one team ever won 5. Well, Wilton won 4 and placed their other, so they came pretty close to tying the record for schools with most state individual champions in a single tournament.
Turning our attention now to the Class
been done.
Yep.
3A map. To make the presentation, we have next to me Chuck Van Heck, the athletic director at Muscatine. Next to Mr. Van Heck, Jerry Stillwell, principal of Des Moines East. Kirk Rentschler, current chairman of the board, Superintendent Solon, and Darlo Flegge, representing the Iowa Association of School Boards from Waverly. All right, the third place team in Class 3A with 81 points. Coach Royce Duncan and Pleasant Valley. The runner-up team, Class 3A with 82 points. Coach Scott Litterer and Cedar Rapids Prairie.
There's Scott Litterer right there. And the Prairie runner-ups.
Good job, guys.
And our 1997 champions, Class 3A, 98.5 points. Coach Gene Doyle and Cedar Falls.
Terrific final round for that team.
Gene Doyle, a happy man.
They had 3 men in the finals, and every one of them won. Even though not every one of them figured to win. On the way, there was some doubt. They were the only ones who didn't have it clinched in any of the classes when they came into the final night, but they soon erased any doubt. Big night for Cedar Falls. So the season, we've had a great season, it seems to me, both our college and our high school season so far, Tim. It's been a lot of fun. We had some close ones. We had several dual meets go down to heavyweight.
I thought it was as exciting a season as we've had. I thought the having the Wartburg-Augsburg meet go down to heavyweight, and then to have that great Iowa State meet, and then to have, I feel, one of the most exciting tournaments here that we've had for high school in a long, long time. It's been great, Doug.
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. And we'll have to do this again sometime.
Well, we'll try maybe next year.
You bet. Well, the 71st Annual High School Wrestling Championships are now history, and we enjoyed bringing them to you. Again, the champions in the divisions are, first of all, 1A Wilton, 2A Columbus Junction, and 3A Cedar Falls. And that's the Cedar Falls team. So now stay tuned for our evening programming schedule. First, it's 2 episodes of the new Red Green Show, followed by Red Dwarf. That's tonight on Iowa Public Television, a resource for Iowa's future. And now for Tim Johnson and Dean Borg and Dick Trotter and an entire great crew of people on Iowa Public Television's wrestling coverage, I'm Doug Brown. Good night for Iowa Public Television.
Funding for this program was provided by members of Friends of Iowa Public Television. 70,000 families helping Iowa Public Television inform, enlighten, and enrich your life. Join them